Good morning. Welcome to the fourth hearing of the committee's inquiry into public toilets. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name's Dr. Amanda Conn and I'm chair of this inquiry, and I will note as well a number of our committee members are attending via WebEx today and you can see them on the screen. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making time to give evidence this morning. Could each of you please state your name and position title and take either the oath or affirmation, starting on my left.
Certainly. Liz Webster, Associate at SGS Economics and Planning. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Hi, I'm Sarika Shashidharan. I'm the member of Australian Institute of Landscape Architects New South Wales Advocacy Committee. I'm also a coordinator of recreation planning and design with Blacktown City Council. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land where we are, Gadigal as well as Darug, where I come from. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, everyone. Firstly, I wish to thank the committee for this invitation to give evidence before the inquiry on the provision, design, accessibility, and inclusivity of public toilets. I'm Liz Webster, an associate at SGS Economics and Planning, and today I speak on behalf of our team at SGS Economics and Planning. SGS is a B Corp certified and Australian employee-owned independent public policy advisory firm. Our collaborative work with governments in the for-purpose sector shapes policy and investment decisions that create sustainable places, communities, and economies. We bring extensive community experience in community infrastructure planning, service delivery, design, funding, and delivery options. That includes public toilets. And we've led the preparation of numerous projects on behalf of advocacy groups and local government, preparing analysis, guidance, and strategic plans for public toilets. We've been a vocal advocate for better public toilet planning, contributing through thought leadership and media engagement. Our submission focuses on the importance of planning for public toilets, the role that state government must play in delivering more inclusive outcomes. It calls for stronger guidance and financial support to protect community access for this essential piece of infrastructure and puts forward some solutions to address the current gaps. Our submission raises first a few key points that highlight the challenges under the current settings, namely ad hoc planning and management undertaken by the authorities and providers of public toilets, a lack of standards and guidelines, and funding challenges. We suggest that state government play a role in establishing clear access and provision standards for public toilets to guide providers in determining where and how many public toilets should be provided, developing guidelines that focus on universal design, accessibility, safety, and environmental considerations, including through case studies, introducing alternative funding models such as advertising, user-pays systems, and community toilet schemes to help offset cost of provision and maintenance, and creating new funding streams dedicated to public toilets to ensure better prioritization and support for their development, their renewal, and their maintenance and cleaning. Finally, we commend the New South Wales Government for initiating this inquiry and for considering whether new standards, guidelines, funding models, and legislation or other forms of regulation are warranted. And thank you for the opportunity to give evidence today. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarika Shashidharan, and I'm here on behalf of Australian Institute of Landscape Architects. The Australian Institute of Landscape Architects is the peak national body of landscape architecture. We champion quality design for public open space, stronger communities, and great environmental outcomes. Our members, we provide our members with training, recognition, and community of practice to share knowledge, ideas, and action. We have been in operation since 1966, and AILA represents over 3,500 landscape architects and promotes excellence in planning, design, and management for life outdoors. We are committed to designing and creating better spaces, not only in Australia, but landscape architecture landscape architects have the skills and expertise to improve the nation's livability through a unique approach to planning issues via innovative integrated solutions. We believe that the Australian Institute of Landscape Architects, through its advocacy, will significantly contribute to a better informed urban development decision-making process and the enhancement of our urban green space and long-term community well-being. In our submission, we have outlined the current state of public toilets in New South Wales, what are the current challenges, such as lack of legislation or policy, lack of standards and design standards or strategy, no guidance on the provision ratio, current funding gaps, operational and maintenance challenge, lack of maintenance standards and enforcements, lack of community education and awareness. And we can provide those guidance, and we are happy to answer some of the questions that are raised today. We are very thankful for the opportunity to provide comment, and we believe that through our expertise to identify policy gaps, develop strategy and frameworks, design principles and standards that focuses on toilets within our public spaces, will be able to contribute.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I might start off with a couple of my own questions, and I'll go to other members of the committee. Both of your submissions have highlighted a gap in guidance or support from governments in the way that public toilets should be provided, and that's been very well illustrated by the other evidence we've received so far as well. So in terms of the solutions, I'm interested in really the detail of what you think that looks like in terms of guidelines or regulation or legislation that comes from the government. What does that need to include?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that state government can play a role in developing a set of standardized guidelines around a few different areas, including provision. What that would look like is sort of maximum distances from areas where communities regularly gather, like activity centers and open spaces, to guarantee that public toilets are provided. I think that design is another aspect where there could be further specifications set out as the minimum requirements really under kind of the National Construction Code are not inclusive to everyone still. So I think that could look like a national policy on public toilets that actually sets out kind of a minimum set of provision, design, and accessibility guidelines that then local governments could then prepare strategies on that basis. Currently, what local governments, for the most part, are doing doing the research themselves, coming up with guidelines as best they can, and trying to implement that in their communities. So I think that having that sort of guidance come from state government would really help local governments and other providers to plan more effectively.
I agree with Liz's suggestion as well. In our submission, we have highlighted that there are three key stakeholders who actually assist in delivering these public toilets. One is local government, which Liz just mentioned about the challenges. Local government has to start on their own. However, they have no guidance on this is something the state government or federal government, like it has to be firstly in the legislation and then in the policies and guidance tool. What federal or state government could help local councils is with providing the economic valuation, demand analysis, like how to understand what's the demand analysis, what's the meaning of equitable access, design principles, what are the maintenance standards, how to do a community engagement, and what's the ongoing monitoring and evaluation. In terms of New South Wales government, there's bit that can be done. One is in the planning. It can be a planning instrument. So at the moment, our SEP doesn't talk about importance of public facilities. Even in the new precinct planning, state environmental planning proposals, like these are not considered to be the essential infrastructure. So what happens is there's no funding to deliver in the new release areas, these public toilets, and also there's no funding for maintenance and management of these public toilets. At the moment, through the planning system, the funding is allowed for just the land acquisition. However, IPART does not allow councils to levy fund towards the design, delivery, maintenance of these essential community infrastructure. That's one. In terms of New South Wales government, they look after train station, bus interchanges, ferry terminals, national parks, beaches, highways, rest areas, and tourist attraction. These are the places where New South Wales government themselves can look at their provision ratio and provide these facilities. In terms of private ownership, private owners like shopping centers and retail precincts, there should be a consolidated approach where it's although provided by private organizations, however, community is allowed to access those after the operating hours as well.
Thank you. If the state government took on the job of creating best practice guidelines or that kind of support for local councils or for other private providers who are building public toilets, do you think it's sufficient just to provide information? If we had, a gold standard toolkit to support those designers or builders, is that enough, or does it also need to be a legislated or a regulated responsibility?
I do think that while a toolkit or a suite of design guidelines and case studies would be incredibly helpful, that it's important that there is the provision of public toilets is mandated somewhere in policy. It's currently not. So as I understand it, under the National Construction Codes, you do have to provide toilets for office buildings, community buildings, other classes of public buildings even. These buildings often have those toilets that play a role in public access. But there's nothing that actually mandates provision of toilets within, say, open spaces where many people gather, have barbecues, engage in sport and recreation, in plazas at major tourist destinations, places where people gather, and there may not be a community building where toilets are already mandated to be included under the National Construction Code. These places are the ones that nothing currently mandates that toilets be provided, and many times there are gaps on train stations and some other places that were mentioned. But yes, I think that somewhere in legislation needs to require that provision, yes.
I just want to add, in addition to the legislative framework, there is an important need to have a funding source identified, not just for planning design, but also for keeping the maintenance and operations of those public toilets. They are the most critical factors that are actually right now hindering the provision of public toilets.
Thank you. Last question from me. Both of you have mentioned these kinds of community schemes or partnerships where private businesses or shopping centres, etc., can be asked or required to provide access to toilets to the general public, either during their hours or after their hours. Are you aware of any examples of where that works well, or how in practice that can be established? I'm aware of many examples in Australian communities where this is kind of operating under an informal agreement, or somewhere where it's just kind of a long-standing expectation that, say, a shopping centre provides public toilets to the users of the shopping centre, but users of the nearby park also access that. That does create challenges sometimes, though, for management who may feel like there's an undue burden on them in terms of use of their facilities. So I think, like any good public-private partnership, there should be a more formalized agreement in place that is amenable to both sides. So what this looks like under something like a community toilet scheme is that there are incentives usually, whether that comes in the form of tax breaks or support, in that the local council, for example, pays for some of the maintenance costs or the cleaning costs for that privately owned facility, or they supply soap or other materials to support its sort of higher level of use that's not just from a customer base, and that there's also signage to make clear that that toilet is for public use. It's not only for paying customers. So those kind of formalized arrangements with those sort of incentives. I don't know of any examples currently in Australia, but there are many overseas in, say, Europe and the US. Thank you.
I just want to say that public toilet maps have currently identified locations where these public toilets are available for community, which is along the train stations. These are available 24/7. Shopping centers, they are only available during operating hours. Petrol stations, they are paid. You have to buy something to get access to it, and they are only available during daylight hours. And parks, very few of the parks across councils, they are open during daylight hours. What we are looking at, I think the biggest challenge is to provide 24/7 free public toilets, which is a basic human right for every citizen. And this is the key challenge that we want to break. We don't have good examples at the moment, but some of the councils, they are changing their current practices. I would give you an example of one of the council. Councils do not provide public toilets in their local parks simply because they don't have funds to manage it. And and now the demographic is changing. A lot of people want to people with elderly parents, they accompany their children to parks. They want to access parks, but they don't have access to public toilet, and that's hindering their opportunity to stay outdoors for a longer time. So, however, what the current scenario is, a lot of public toilets are within the sporting clubs, sporting buildings. So the only access to those public toilets is the people using from that sports clubs and things like that. It's exclusive. It's not 24/7. It's not free community access. So some of the councils, what they're trying to do is changing the design of their amenities building while designing their sports ground. One of the good examples is Blacktown City Councils, where what they've tried to do, instead of having a common access door to enter into a building, they have provided separate access to individual toilet blocks, so community can use it in spite of no sporting clubs or activities happening. It's open for community 24/7.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go to Mrs. McDonald.
And you just mentioned the human rights principle. So I just wondered, how can public toilets better reflect better reflect the human rights principle?
As I mentioned, the public toilets should not just be safe, accessible, inclusive. It should be 24/7, open for community without having to pay. It should be clean and hygienic. That's the standard. There's no standard at the moment as to what's the level of hygiene or cleanliness it is. So there has to be some standard to maintain those hygiene and cleanliness.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And why do you think, us on the committee, after hearing so many different submissions, it's obvious now, but why do you think that it needs to have a statewide strategy in public toilet infrastructure design?
There has to be guidance at a state level. Local government are struggling to do their business as usual. It is New South Wales government responsibility to lead and provide that direction, guidance, and not just design guidance or legislative framework. Also supported with funding, because if we have funding, we'll be able to deliver what community needs today. Mm-hmm. And we are not talking about opening public toilets at certain times of the day, but we are talking about free public toilet usage 24/7 for our community.
Yeah, so based on that, and this is open to both, so how might state funding unlock innovation in public toilet design?
I think there's a few different ways. I think, I believe you're familiar with the Continence Foundation. They also made a submission, I think. They run competitions every year. They award for good design, for other positive outcomes like economic development. So I think there could be a similar kind of competition. I think that you can hold up case studies, both domestic and international examples that are outstanding examples of design iconic public toilets that are destinations within themselves, would be another great way. Yeah.
I agree with that. Western Sydney Local Health District is already doing some work around improving communities' access to public toilets that improves their walkability, health, and things. So that's some of the ways we could pick up some of the learnings from their studies in Western Sydney. Changing places is also another way, but it's a huge financial implications for council to fund 200,000 for public toilets, where councils are already struggling for the day-to-day maintenance and operations. And coming back to the legislative framework, if it is there, everybody is liable to deliver it. So with that gap, if there's no legislation, it will be hard to abide by something. So it's very important that we have a legislation, we have a funding source to support those public toilets.
Thank you. And what do you think a national provision standard should look like in practice?
So Greener Places Framework, they have got, that's New South Wales government, they've got a distribution of around 800 meters, 200 to 400 meters local parks within, high density development, and local parks within 800 meter walking distance in low rise development. That could be a benchmark, or they have 2 kilometer radius for the district park. Using that, it could be, we have, like, as part of AILA, we haven't done any investigation yet about what is the provision ratio, which can be done. But that's your starting point, I believe, that where you already have an equal distribution of parks and public spaces, you could base on that and use those frameworks to guide you for the public toilet provision as well.
Yes, I think that specifically even just a list of the places that should provide public toilet access should be provided. So that's open spaces, activity centres, or commercial kind of high street areas and shopping centres. It's tourist destinations, it's train stations. So the spaces that community gathers in should be able to spend time in the public realm. All of these places should provide public toilet access. And I think, in just looking at provision and kind of setting accessibility aside, there's and universal design and some of the other principles, there's still a lot to consider under provision, even sort of the maximum walking distances from those places. The guaranteed public access, which Sarika's touched on as well, that a lot of the what we now consider public toilets, and even a lot of the toilets in the National Public Toilet Map are public, is potentially kind of a misnomer. The owners can turn away anyone. Their petrol stations and other sites, they are just technically for customer access. And then even in some community centres, it really is only, access is only guaranteed for the people currently using the facility at the time. So that means that the public access is restricted. So I think that not only their guidelines need to set out where public toilets should be provided, but that public toilets means that it's public access at all times, it doesn't require sort of use or patronage of a facility.
And just one final question. Could you describe a successful community toilet scheme or model or something that you've seen? I would describe I highlighted a few aspects earlier, but yes, I would describe the community toilet schemes that we use as case studies as ones where there is an agreement between government and a private provider of a toilet facility that's in a space that the public frequents and gathers in, whereby an incentive is offered in exchange for guaranteed public access, and that signage also clearly marks that public access is available. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go online. Mr. Diadam.
Thank you, Chair. I have just a couple of questions. I suppose the first one is about the issue around private provision and customer access and sort of safety concerns that might drive sort of a restrictive approach to public access. I wonder whether there's any comment you might want to make about the kind of design features that might be able to be applied to maximise or to mitigate those kind of safety concerns to facilitate greater public access where you've got commercial private providers that are perhaps sensitive to the potential safety risks that might arise if they have broader unfettered access.
Do you mean safety for users or safety for kind of the property of the provider?
Well, I think both elements I think are important. I think obviously the safety for the property and for the provider is one of the perhaps drivers of a reluctance to open facilities. So I don't know whether there's design considerations that could be taken into account that might mitigate those concerns.
Sure. Well, I'll first say that we always recommend that when it comes to concerns around safety or community use at specific sites, we do always recommend consultation with stakeholders in the community because every site is different. So certain arrangements like 24-hour access aren't appropriate at every site. So that consultation is really important to determine kind of where that should occur, where it's appropriate, and exactly how. I think when it comes to protecting the property of the provider, we do recommend using durable materials that are more difficult to vandalize and just have better kind of longevity. But really, we mostly focus on kind of the safety of the user, of course, which is paramount. And we make recommendations based on the crime prevention through environmental design principles, which I think were first developed by Queensland Police some years ago. And they provide a lot of really useful guidance around siting, even kind of within a park or facility, how the placement of a facility can increase sort of that passive surveillance and other ways to sort of reduce antisocial behaviors and protect the user and the facilities. Yeah, so we refer to those guidelines quite a bit.
Okay, thanks.
I can provide some of the local examples that we have seen recently in terms of public-private partnership. So some of our district parks, they have cafes or outdoor, canteens where they partner. So the operator will have the access to the keys and will open it for community and close it after their working hours. Similarly, in our libraries and community centers, we have operating hours where the operating hours can be used for extended hours. I mentioned about the previous local example of one of the sporting amenities building design, where the design is a little bit modified to allow community access 24/7. Instead of entering to the building, you have individual access to individual toilets. There are other mechanisms that other councils have taken into consideration, like automated lock system, provision of CCTV cameras, providing signages at a strategic location as to where the nearest public toilets are. So these are some of the strategies. However, there is a cost, funding implications as well in terms of determining how to provide these.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask just about hygiene standards and cleaning regimes. It doesn't appear to be a lot available in terms of specifying, I suppose, the frequency of cleaning and sort of, the intensity of maintenance, and obviously, depending on the intensity of the usage, the cleaning regime and the maintenance requirements change. Can you point us to any kind of good examples of sort of best practice cleaning standards, hygiene kind of routines that we could look to for establishing some benchmark for application in New South Wales?
I'm not aware of any current standards or benchmarks for level of cleaning. As you said, because there is kind of a lack of that guidance currently, our experience is that most councils are, who are the main providers of public toilets, are currently undertaking a cleaning schedule just based on sort of historical trends. So they've observed sort of different levels of use, different levels of uncleanliness at facilities, and developed a cleaning schedule to respond to that. But yes, I think that some of the things you've already pointed out, and that it really corresponds with the level of use. So larger sites that get a lot of usage do need that more frequent cleaning. Others not so much. But the other thing is that one useful thing that we see is newer systems around communities' ability to report cleaning and maintenance issues, and sort of things like QR codes and other solutions that are on site where communities can actually kind of report that cleaning is needed to improve sort of the ongoing level of hygiene at individual sites.
Yeah, I agree with Liz. I haven't come across any standards for maintaining the hygiene and cleanliness. However, council has their own checklists where some of the councils have identified the need for modern, amenities, sanitary product bins, touchless soaps, etc. CCTV and locking, automated locking system is another way. Some of the councils have identified, but it is each council specific. They've developed their own checklist. There's no standard at the moment.
And just one last question from me. I just wanted to ask about, I think in your submission from the landscape architects, the idea around community education and awareness in terms of facilitating cleaning and hygiene standards being maintained. Have you got any, can you point to any examples where those kind of strategies have been applied successfully?
I don't have any written good examples. However, some of the councils, because our community is getting diverse, people from different multicultural backgrounds are traveling from one place to another. They need language is a barrier. Some of the councils have got the guidance on public toilets and its provision or location or how to use in their own languages, different languages. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Lawrence?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to both organisations. Your submissions are really helpful and detailed. I might go to the Institute of Landscape Architects first. In your evidence a bit earlier, you talked about the possibility of a planning instrument being the mechanism to set out the statewide standard. And I was just wondering if you could just briefly explain what role the SEPs play and how such an instrument would be formulated.
So currently with the Growth Center planning instrument, there is currently no mention of public toilets. Even the community infrastructure, which is the most essential infrastructure, such as your community centers, libraries, where public toilets could be part of it, are not currently included in that system. So what local councils are able to apply for is they can get levy contributions towards buying of land, but they do not have money for designing or building a new community infrastructure, community facilities, including these public toilets. And what happens is, once in the new release areas, when based on these SEPs, when the contribution plans are worked out by local councils, they go for IPART under review. And IPART does not consider community infrastructures as an essential infrastructure within their essential works list. So it is very important to change that change that, what is that called, perception that community infrastructure is not nice to have, but it is must-have infrastructure. And it will play a key role in how councils can further look towards planning and designing of these public toilets.
Yeah, and is a set a form of delegated legislation under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act?
That's right.
Yeah, and that basically can require local governments to do certain things in the way that they make planning decisions. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And how they
and
levy
you're
contribute.
saying that a SEP under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act could, for example, require local councils to provide these facilities to a certain extent and in certain ways.
Yeah, and it should not be a base level embellishment. It should meet the current standards, what's required to build these public toilets. And also this would allow, right now there is no funding for maintenance and management of these public toilets. So this is something else that could be outside those frameworks, but however, some funding associated to help local councils to provide these public toilets.
So in terms of the range of issues involved here, there's obviously issues about local government responsibilities. There's things that could be done maybe through planning legislation. There's public health, human rights issues. Have you got a view about whether there should be a single piece of legislation, a Public Toilet Act, for example, that speaks to these matters, or do you think it can be properly addressed through changes to individual pieces of legislation and regulations and the like?
As a starting point, yes. If we have a single Public Toilet Act that can be then integrated into different policies and frameworks, that's my thought.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a difficult question to answer. I think it depends what the Public Toilet Act in question would contain. But as you've said, the issues are wide-ranging, from design, accessibility, inclusivity, hygiene, human rights. It's certainly something that a unique act could address. Alternatively, I think there probably are pathways where you could address it through existing legislation, amendments and development of guidelines. But yeah, probably different ways.
Sure, thank you. So just a question for you both perhaps to address. One theme that has run through the inquiry is that of public toilets consisting of shared interior public space with multiple cubicles, and people then share public space in that sense, as opposed to the single-use cubicle accessible from public space where the person has a private cubicle. Just wondering if I could have your views on what you think is ideal, and perhaps some elaboration on what are the considerations that might dictate whether either type is appropriate in different circumstances. Yeah.
Do you want to go first?
Can you clarify, sorry, the two different types you're referring to again? Two different designs?
So the first type, and I'm sorry if there's some background noise, I've got two dogs that I'm about to kick outside that are now having a bit of a fight at my feet. So I'm talking about the first type being, I guess, the sort of old style public toilet where you enter shared public space and then there's cubicles, multiple cubicles, as opposed to the more modern design, which is the single-use cubicle. You might have 2, 3, 4 single-use cubicles. You enter them from public space and you then are in a private space. That's the two types. And I'm just wondering your views on which is sort of ideal or best practice, and what are some of the considerations that might dictate which type is actually used in different circumstances.
Yeah, I can jump in on this one. So with the old public toilets, which were designed, say, in 1952 or even during those times, this was the standard practice where you entered into one common space and then get distributed into different shared spaces, cubicles. However, the trend is changing. The architects, because the some of the councils, the brief they are providing to the architects is that these toilets should not be for the exclusive use of sporting clubs. Say, for example, I'm picking up an example of a local park. So this is a brief which is being sent to architects saying that not to have one entry point which will be managed by the sporting club. The key will be available with them. So now the design trend is changing. The architects are getting on board in designing a separate access door for male, female, unisex, and disabled access with shower and additional infrastructure. So we are seeing a trend, but it's not a consistent design which is followed throughout yet. Because there is no legislation or there is no standards to guide that. People are just picking up from the best practice example and implementing it. The biggest challenge for other local councils is only 20% of the their existing public toilets might be open for public for community access. The others are left unlocked because they do not meet the current standards of accessibility, inclusivity, and therefore they are being locked and not even being thought about retrofitting. So also because there is a significant funding challenge associated with it to retrofit the old public toilets into modern ones.
I would say with the two designs that you're referring to, yes, one is kind of the traditional toilet block, as you said, which is usually a gendered facility with kind of shared sink spaces, and the other is that, sort of exclusive access to a singular stall. Those often have shared sink spaces as well for hand washing. I think that, again, not one particular design is right for every site, and that consultation with stakeholders and community is very important. But I think that, we've seen that there are space efficiency considerations at certain sites. And then as well, the kind of all gendered access. We've heard that from providers and community that the design that does offer that single point or single sort of door access to a stall that doesn't have any shared spaces, aside from potentially a shared sort of outdoor hand washing station, often feels safer, and that you're not walking into a facility where you're then sharing a space with several people before you enter into a stall. It has a lot of passive surveillance of the entry and exit because the door is directly to the public. And then it can achieve some of those space efficiencies as well by having the hand washing stations as the shared space, but the cubicles still as private spaces. So that design, we do hear a lot of positive feedback from providers and community.
Just staying with you, Ms. Webster, if I could, in the SGS submission, you talk about provision of public toilets, and you talk about certain facilities being available within 400 metres, certain facilities being available within 800 metres, and you're talking about distance from, I guess, places of gathering where people go. Just wondering if you're aware of any other rules of thumb or standards that are formulated based on how many people might be using a particular space. So, for example, you might have a relatively small suburban park. Like, is it normal for the calculations to be done of how big events are and then working out, well, we need 3 toilets per 400 people and we have X amount of events that might exceed that in a per year period or something like that? I'm just wondering about the formulas for public spaces in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So the distance thresholds you're referring to are sort of conventional sort of accessibility standards around a 5-minute walk and a 10-minute walk, the 400 and 800 meters. But in terms of quantum of provision, yes, there are calculations that I have seen architects apply to specific sites to develop the number of cubicles that are needed to service the population. And rather than a kind of resident population, you're right, you're spot on that it's based on the kind of expected occupancy or number of people at any one time that would be on a site. And there's assumptions applied around how many people may use the toilet, how long that would take, and what a reasonable wait time is. And then the number of cubicles are calculated from there. Yeah.
Yeah. And do you have any idea how we would access those sort of formulas? Like, say we wanted to put in our report that those calculations exist and this is how they're done. Are they online somewhere, or is that commercial in confidence information that consultants keep, or like where does that sort of stuff exist?
I'm not aware of any that are, in public circulation. I have only seen ones that, yes, say an architect has developed for a specific site that would have been commissioned by the provider to develop that calculation. The other thing that you can refer to is the National Construction Code, as they actually do. They do have standards around the number of cubicles that are required based on, say, like office building occupancy, so and shopping center occupancy. So they have applied similar calculations, and that would be a useful starting point.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's useful. I'm not sure which of you mentioned this, but someone talked about petrol stations generally having public toilets and those being available, I guess, strictly for customers, but maybe there's a bit of discretion and maybe some people just use them anyway, even if they're not a customer. I've noticed that not all petrol stations have public toilets. And is either of you aware of any prevailing standard that applies that would suggest that they should or they shouldn't?
I'm not aware of this. However, map of public toilets, which is publicly available website, that has highlighted the petrol stations that provide access to public toilets.
Yeah.
It may not have to all, petrol stations.
Yeah. And I'm just wondering, is that because, obviously the building code applies, right? So, yeah, I'm wondering if it's because they're a very small petrol station with a small retail space, so maybe they don't have to have a public toilet. But I'm just wondering whether there should be a more truer sort of form of regulation, in the sense that it doesn't really matter how big the retail space is in terms of what the need is, because the real test is how many people stop there to refill. So just wondering how they managed to evade that requirement. If either of you could speak to that.
I believe that premises that provide food and drink that can be consumed on site are required to provide public toilets. But in the case of some small petrol stations that do only have a retail component that does kind of take away food and drinks, I think that is the reason that that some actually are able to avoid the requirement to have a toilet. But you'd have to refer to the construction codes. But I think that's the difference. Yes.
The form of regulation is dependent, or is not petrol station specific.
Not that I'm aware.
On whether you're consuming food or drink on site.
Not that I'm aware. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if there ought to be a particular regulation for petrol stations, because they don't seem very analogous to me to, for example, the distinction between a milk bar and a cafe.
Yeah, it's certainly a facility that the public often looks to access a toilet. And I think that's why they come up so often on the public toilet map, is that many do provide toilets, but again, that public access isn't guaranteed, but certainly a lot of potential to provide for public toilets, yes.
Yeah. Now, one of you talked about, I think it might have been the Institute in your written submission, talked about the desirability of an Australian standard for public toilets. And I was just wondering, could you speak to what the Australian standards are and what the difference would be between such a standard for public toilets and the building code standards, which already exist but obviously only regulate buildings or building.
Is it for me? Okay. At the moment, for the design of public toilets within its amenities building or as a standalone public toilet, National Construction Code is referred to, or there is a DDA that needs to be complied to. However, the principles that are missing from there are accepted, accessibility, technology, gender inclusivity. So, and also in terms of not only design standard, but also clean, dignified facilities like sanitary products, self-cleaning equipments, and inclusivity. So, it doesn't talk, the National Construction Code doesn't specifically talk about the standards or requirements, but there has to be a particular standard that brings all these components together, not just the building standards, but also your accepted accessibility and all the items that I mentioned previously.
Okay. And is the National Construction Code, is that an Australian standard? Like,
That's
is that
my
part
understanding.
Of the standard system?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of what legislation, if any, those Australian standards rest upon or rely on their authority for?
I'm not fully aware of that. I will have to check with the architects.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, that'd be great, because I'm just wondering if there can be an Australian standard promulgated, I'm just wondering what limits there might be on the content of it. Like, is it dependent upon a federal piece of legislation and can only speak to things authorised by the Act?
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, would an Australian standard on public toilets be able to address the full range of matters that you've been talking about, for example?
Yep. I'll have to check on that.
If you wouldn't mind, thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you so much. It's been really helpful.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions that have arisen out of the discussion so far. One was the issue of disability access, and we've had a significant body of evidence provided to the committee about the needs of various groups of people. Just now you mentioned the DDA requirements, and it's my understanding that only applies when you're building a new building under the National Construction Code. What would your advice be in terms of how we can improve disability access to existing toilets?
It's the ongoing discussion we have with the council staffs, because that's the biggest challenge. Our old buildings, which were designed in 1950s and 56, did not comply with DDA, as well as their designs are not suitable for the current practice. So what happens is they remain locked. In order to open that, in order to demolish and build a new one, the cost established is significant, which is a significant risk, and hence most of the toilets remain locked. That's my observation from current scenario.
You can add if you'd like.
Yes, I would just emphasize that, yes, cost is, I think, the principal challenge that providers face when they have many existing public toilets that aren't DDA compliant. But I'd also just like to emphasize, and I think a lot of the other submitters have spoken to this as well, that DDA compliance is seen as the absolute minimum in terms of accessibility. There are many users of wheelchairs and other mobility devices that report to providers that they still aren't able to use DDA compliant facilities, and there are a lot of sort of design components that are within those standards even that mean that they're not usable. We usually encourage providers to look to universal design principles and consult with the communities to develop a higher standard of accessibility for their facilities.
Thank you.
But cost is significant. Yeah.
Thank you, that's helpful. Mr. Lawrence, did you just put your hand back up?
No, I didn't. It's a legacy hand, and I'll take it down.
No worries. Thank you. And to SGS, in your written submission, you talked about a design toolkit that already exists. Can you speak to the sort of aspects of design that are covered in that?
Yes, it's a toolkit that we've used in several of our public toilet strategies that we've worked with local government on, and have seen actually now others who have written similar strategies pick up a kind of similar toolkit. So it addresses provision, accessibility, design, even sort of quantum of provision, where it gives guidance around sort of higher order locations such as major activity centers that are used by sort of more people in the community, providing a higher level of service. The fixtures and fittings that might be included in some public toilet facilities, especially those higher order facilities that more people are accessing, Yeah, the crime prevention through environmental design principles and how those relate to public toilets. It includes case studies as well that illustrate environmentally sensitive design that have generated economic development outcomes for local communities and other kind of, sort of exemplar case studies.
Thank you. I understand that document may well be commercial in confidence, but I would be of interest to the committee if it would be possible to provide that on a confidential basis. You can take that on notice.
Yes, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. Look, we've just got a few minutes left before morning tea. Was there anything that either of you were really hoping to raise today or explain in more detail that we haven't asked?
I don't think so for me. I think, I think it's been some good questions, and especially the focus around developing kind of a more robust system of legislation and standards.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. It's great to hear that you all have put your minds together to opening up the public toilets free 24/7 for our community. This is very much needed for the community.
Thank you. Thank you both so much again for making the time to share your expertise with us today. It's been really helpful as we try to work out how to solve this really complex problem. There were a couple of questions taken on notice, and there may be supplementary written questions from the committee as well, and the Secretary will be in touch with you about those.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll now break for morning tea until 11 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to our next witnesses. We have representatives of 3 very different rural and regional councils, being Bega, Dubbo Regional and Liverpool Plains. Could each witness please state your name and position title and swear either the oath or the affirmation? We might start in the room, please.
Okay. My name is Ruth Neve. I'm the Manager of Community and Recreation Services at Liverpool Plains Shire Council. And I'll say the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. We'll go online to Mr McMahon.
Yeah, hi, it's Anthony McMahon, Chief Executive Officer at Bega Valley Shire Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr Grady.
John Grady, Manager Parks, Aquatics and Recreation at Bega Valley Shire Council. I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr Wood.
Yes, Murray Woods, Chief Executive Officer, Dubbo Regional Council. I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement? We'll go in the same order.
Okay, thank you. In preparing...
Chair, I've just got a disclosure to make.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to disclose that I know Mr Wood, and that when I served on Dubbo Regional Council, Mr Wood worked there in various capacities, including CEO.
Thank you very much. That's noted.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're right. In preparing our submission, some of the things we considered were individual wellbeing, community wellbeing, events, sport, dog walking, droughts, the design of pedestals, signage, the distance travelled by our cleaning crew, carting water, carting waste, bodily fluids, lighting, paths, building standards, budgets, funding opportunities, travel routes and hinges and handles. This was an exercise that had us reconsidering many areas of our day-to-day work. We considered the needs of our community in micro detail, the design possibilities and what inclusive design might look like, also the possibility of designing and building for better management of waste and water. And we encountered the macro issues of geography and funding. Thank you for initiating this inquiry and for the opportunity to take part in today's session.
Thank you very much. Is there an opening statement from Bega Valley?
We're happy just to take questions when they come. We've made our written submission, so happy to just answer any questions.
Thank you, no problem. Is there an opening statement from Dubbo?
No, likewise as Bega Valley, happy to take questions as they come.
No problem. Thanks very much. My first question is to all of you, whoever wants to jump in. Obviously, funding is a huge issue in local government, and I was just a member of the inquiry into financial sustainability of local government, so that's been made very clear to the Legislative Council. For the significant number of toilets that councils manage, if the state or the federal government was going to provide funding support for councils, what should that actually look like? So I'm sort of interested in both the quantum or how we calculate that, but also what the mechanism of that should be. Do we need some kind of grant program for toilet upgrades? Does it need to be recurrent annual baseline funding? What's the practicalities of meaningful funding support for you?
Someone else want to jump in?
Looking at Murray, I don't know, I'll go first if you like, Murray. So I think we probably set the scene in our submission that we've got an astronomical amount of toilets down here in the Bega Valley, and one of the reasons is that we need to cater for peak demands over a summer period for tourists. And if you're not aware, we don't actually generate any income as a council from tourists in the area to support that infrastructure we need. So in terms of what a financial contribution might look like and the mechanism, our preference would always be some sort of recurring funding that could be either relative to the number of assets that we're required to have to cater for demand in our areas, or even anything along the lines of recurring capital renewal funding that takes up some of that financial burden would be of benefit. But at the moment, we're very limited in any sort of funding source unless we apply for other sort of competitive grant programs for things that are related but not directly associated with toilets, things like tourism infrastructure funding or accessibility grant programs, and they're really hard to plan around. So that's a challenge for us. So any form of funding would be welcome.
I'll jump in there, Madam Chair. We do have a rolling program of asset renewal, so it is in the mix, and we tend to replace only a very slow and steady pace, I hasten to add. But I think somewhat to Anthony Bigavelli's perspective, I think the power is making sure grant programs, and be that tourism, might sound such a low level from tourism, but it is about that comfort. So I think freeing up existing grant programs to have that flexibility to apply, and councils can, whether it's Dubbo, whether it's Bega, we can actually successfully target those grant programs. Whereas a merged council back from 2016, I guess our largest liability and asset management backlog is our roads, and that remains our focus. So we are attempting, as we either our small renewals program, and then as we go for bigger budgets on higher worth programs, then we can look at those facilities as well. So to be honest, if I was asking for a new funding bucket, I'd be after the bigger infrastructure pieces that will actually can drive us bankrupt, as it were, like roads and the asset backlog that way, stormwater. And we have enough as a larger regional centre. Certainly, I guess as a leader, as a larger regional centre for Western New South Wales, I would suggest that the smaller councils will find greater power in having access for bespoke grant programs on the amenities. Dubbo's somewhat big enough to cater for that, whereas our smaller hinterland communities, as far out as Burke, would be more in need of bespoke funding to do with public amenities.
Yeah, I would say certainly, yes, funding will be an issue. It's wherever there's a grant program, there's a whole lot of resources required to administer, to apply, to be competitive, to implement. So I'd be looking at, I think, some sort of model that doesn't require a lot of resources, core resources to actually be competitive in that process would be important. And the money itself doesn't resolve the challenge. The challenge is also having people on the ground to implement and having the resources for a design and construct capacity. Because it's not just money that's void, as the previous speaker just said. We're a smaller council, and we have great challenges in just getting people to implement, even when the money's there in a grant. Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful. Go ahead, Ms. Wood.
If I could, Madam Chair, that goes to the point, and in our submission we talk about where the government has a standard for toilets established, a bit like a pattern book that they have for housing. So that means a council wouldn't have to go through design. That means suppliers could actually efficiently design products that fit those standards. So, and therefore grants, it's an easier hoop to go through if you're installing something that's in line with that pattern book of standards. So I think there is obviously it's in our submission, so we think there's some merit in that. But it goes to that point of smaller councils. They don't have resources to design, they don't have resources. So the easier we can lower the gates to get through, the better it is for all communities, particularly smaller communities.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to add, there was a program that the state government did previously have in place. It's one that we certainly looked at as a good opportunity for funding toilets and amenities, and that was a Stronger Country Community Fund. And one of the benefits of that was, rather than it being more of a competitive competitive basis across the state, we essentially knew as local governments what our allocation might be and could prioritise our community infrastructure based on needs. And I know from a Bega perspective, we certainly looked at that as a great program to access toilet funding through, and we've delivered some great outcomes as a result of that program. So the mechanisms around that might be worth re-looking at.
Thank you. On a completely different note, I wanted to ask, so many of your written submissions raised the question of vandalism and how that impacts costs and maintenance long term. We've also heard significant evidence from a broad range of people about the ways in which toilets can be designed to reduce vandalism, then making them far more unpleasant for people to use. And particularly, less accessible for various marginalised groups of people. So my question is, how do we strike the right balance between what's practical in a sense to be able to build or be able to upkeep while supporting the needs of the people who use the facility?
If we find that secret sauce, we'll be more than happy to have it. I think I've had, the vandal-proof toilet, and it hasn't lasted at all, and others that you think are more vulnerable have lasted. So I think it is, as local government sector, we share lessons quite well with each other. So I think there is the power in our normal networks. I think the challenge will be the more equipment, and that's with the adult change rooms, which is necessary in our diverse community. It's those very vulnerable members of the community that need specific infrastructure that seems to be the most at risk. So in our case, we're probably looking at where the opportunities are for co-location, where there's more direct supervision. Now, that may mean there's less after hours, but can we provide that public amenity in libraries in our CBD and what have you? So I guess it's exercising our mind. I'm yet to come up with the recipe that I can share with everyone that is a genuine success. It's a tough gig.
I think one of the things, if I can, that I noticed about comparing our submission to the other submissions was we actually didn't raise vandalism. And it's not because it's not something that does occur in a community, but in our discussions in preparing the submission, we were trying to manage the perception and the fear of vandalism versus a reality. And in our community, and we do have less people and less concentrated spots, if I can describe it that way. But we found that the fear of vandalism in a design, from a design perspective, actually outweighed the reality. That's probably contrary to what the colleagues on the screen have experienced, but that was our sort of final conclusion, on that.
Thank you. That's very interesting. I have one specific question for you, Ms. Neve. Your written submission reads the issue of very remote toilets that require septic systems.
Yes.
This is something that hasn't come up at all yet in this inquiry. If we're looking at, setting regulation or design standards or other things, what do we need to be taking into account for your context?
I think, listening to the previous conversations, I think one of the things we need is a decision-making matrix that enables local council to have a consideration of what is actually the best option given the usage at the site, the systems that are in place, and then, distance, management issues around that. And I sort of hesitate being too prescriptive because, it's not my area of expertise, the systems. That's a whole different crew within council. But one of the things that came up again in the discussion in preparing the paper was the reality of and this is micro, so I do apologise, but if you stack too much toilet paper in an isolated toilet because the cleaners are only there once a week, then what tends to happen is a lot of that toilet paper ends up in the system, and that actually blocks the system. So from everything as simple as the complicating factor of toilet paper in a septic system, plus those people that are using the system that aren't familiar with septic systems, don't understand what you can't put in the system without compromising the system. And there was, I know in the previous session, someone was talking about education, about usage of different systems, and that would be something that would need to be considered. But one of my concerns is because I think your question was about regulation and policy, is that right?
Yeah, so I can be more specific if you like. We've had lots of suggestions that we either legislate or regulate a design standard. Dubbo Regional Council earlier mentioned this idea of a pattern book, like the housing pattern book. There's potentially lots of ways we can do this. We, of course, wouldn't want to impose a design standard that's completely unimplementable in remote communities. So I'm interested in, are septic systems similar enough to each other that there could be a pattern book option for a septic system, or does it need to be more localised than that?
I think it needs and again, I'm happy to come back with some information on that. But, you know, proximity to water sources is an issue. Usage is an issue. How often that system is cleaned out is an issue. So you could possibly have minimum standards, but yeah, I go back to a decision-making matrix on what's going to work in site-specific locations, yeah.
Thank you.
But I am happy to come back with information. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Mrs. McDonald.
Thank you. If I can start with you, Ms. Neve, and thank you for coming in person. I was wondering if you could elaborate on the benefits of what you call a lifestyle framework for toilet management.
Was that in mind? Can you just point me to the page, please?
Oh, sorry. Maybe it's my interpretation. But it kind of goes to the you know, like, you don't just sort of put a toilet there and then hope, depending on, you know, when it can be cleaned,
Yes.
those kind of things. So there is a lifestyle to toilet infrastructure, not just build it and people will use it.
Yes.
You have to plan toilet paper and all those kind of things, and how remote they might be. And
Yes. Look, again, going back to some of the comments in the previous session, and I'm not being facetious when I say this, but when the discussion in the previous session on safety, I was thinking, yes, one of our safety concerns in a remote toilet would be snakes. How do we protect someone from that? So that's actually about keeping the grass mown, having clear pathways,
Yep.
you know, again, maybe advising people on what you do if you do sneak, you know, how to behave around snakes. We got to, I was amazed when we were having the conversations about it, that the designs of the toilet themselves came up as an issue around cleanliness and hygiene, because it was very hard to get to the back of the toilet because of the design of that pipe at the back. I think in the submission we point out that our cleaning crews are basically travelling from Sydney to Brisbane every week, just in the course of their business, to cover the geography of our shire and to get everything clean as a bare minimum. So you are looking at, you know, and 10 minutes after they've cleaned it, someone can use it and destroy all their work, and then half an hour later someone else is there and complains about the state of the toilets. So it's very resource intensive, both travel, people, the chemicals that are required to clean. So there's design considerations, the water, how often, and again, climate's going to, you know, weather's going to affect this, because things are going to dry up to go to the pit and the septic systems. They're going to dry up in hot, dry weather. Yeah. Does that partially answer your question?
I think so. Yeah. And just going on, and this is open to everyone with regard to perhaps a statewide guide, and I see, like, we've got councils that are bigger regional centres plus smaller ones plus some Blacktown city. So just having a pattern book or a cookie cutter isn't going to work for all councils, but you also don't want to restrict the local design choices. So what would you like to see in if there was a statewide design framework that would assist rural councils, but also the bigger councils and ones that are metro-based?
I'm happy to have a go at that first. I think if there was an option for local government to actually pick something up and utilise it that's standard, that would be an improvement. But I think we also need to recognise that there's always going to be the need for flexibility and choice for local communities, because quite often amenity might actually be the driver for why we might renew a facility if it's associated with something else. And just to give you some practical examples, touching back on the points earlier, on-site systems are all unique. It depends on a number of factors, and there is already New South Wales health guidelines and standards that govern how they're designed, and so that's already catered for. Examples in our area, though, are like where we have toilet facilities associated with halls out in rural areas, and a standard off-the-shelf toilet block design that's going to be associated with a community hall that might be a heritage hall that's 100 years old is not actually going to be a desirable outcome. So I think flexibility is always going to be important, but having standard off-the-shelf designs that councils can pick up and know are going to be relatively low cost, know they're going to have certainty around their durability from a vandalism perspective, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Whoops. He's speaking, but he's on mute.
Best Moik on mute, as always. I just endorse those comments, and I think the beauty of a pattern book style is that here's a path of least resistance, as it were, or a path that's easier. But for those very bespoke or those nuanced local conditions, you don't have to. So I think that's the strength of that approach, rather than saying a thou shalt at all times.
Okay. And I had just one more question, and I suppose it feeds into, like, if you have a statewide guide, how do you also incorporate, say, community feedback into to inform your toilet design? So you mentioned that it might be on a cultural or a heritage site, so a pattern book isn't going to help, but maybe the community feedback would inform.
Can I just talk about, if I may?
Oh, sorry.
No, you're right. One of the ways that we prepared our submission was we did what I called a mini hackathon. So we had the senior managers in council sit around and we put a whole lot of scenarios down. And most of those scenarios started with an individual and their individual needs around bathrooms. And then we aligned that with the feedback that we'd had in developing our inclusion plan and plus other community engagement that we'd done. But I think if at a local level, because I think there's a lot to be said about the framework, and I'm talking about a physical framework of the building there that can go and meets the minimum standards, and then the cosmetics of that and the plumbing of that be site specific. But if you can involve people at a community level at site and give them some information about what the requirements are, the majority of people at community level want their facilities to be available to each and everyone in the community. And particularly when the communities are small, they have a knowledge of those individuals. They know that that person down the road is now using a walker. They know that that family over there has 5 children and it's mostly the father that's bringing them to football training. So, they have a knowledge of community or the people in their community. I think if you can combine those expertises at local level, then you will get an outcome. But again, that is about resourcing, it's about time, and it's not just shipping in a model that works in another, and I mean a physical structure as well as a decision-making model that may work in another area. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll go to our committee members online. Oh, sorry, Mr. McMahon, were you going to jump in then?
Yeah, I was just going to say, perhaps Mr. Grady could explain how we typically go through our community engagement around toilet block renewals and some of the factors that often drive it, like funding program criteria.
Thanks, Anthony. John Grady, Bega Council. So when we do an upgrade to a facility, it's normally associated with a number of other sort of parkland improvements in the area, and we'd go through a process of looking at the key aspects of that site and trying to make sure we maximise the opportunities of the site and also get inclusive design as part of that outcome for all the facilities on that site. So taking a broader approach, and that's where we would ask the community more directly what is important about this site as a whole, what is important about the access and the facilities that these toilets actually service. People go to sites to utilise the facilities around the sites often, particularly in tourism areas like down here on the far south coast. The toilets service the facilities surrounding them at high profile sites. So we're really interested in how it all comes together. So, and in that, people often talk about accessibility, convenience, parking, pathways, linking other facilities, barbecues, picnic areas, playgrounds back to those toilets as well. I think it's also, when we were talking a little bit earlier about the pattern book or guidelines, then the flexibility in those sorts of things is great. And that enables us to go and achieve an improvement in an outcome rather than in some instances, it might be really challenging to get a strict compliance with a set of guidelines or standards. But if we aim for an improvement, we can often get a good result for the project.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Lawrence.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to all the councils for your submissions. They're really helpful. Just in the first instance, a question that all three councils might care to comment on. We had some evidence earlier this morning from some experts who were talking about the desirability of a statewide standard for public toilets, specifically one that spoke to the provision of public toilets. So they suggested, for example, that public toilets should be 400 or 800 metres, within 400 or 800 metres of certain facilities. And they also talked about formulas based on the amount of people who might be using a certain public space and how many toilets might then be provided in that public space, based on expected usage. I'm just wondering how useful you think it would be for your councils to have a statewide planning document that spoke to those formulas around provision rather than that question of design that we were talking about earlier.
I'm happy to start on that from Bega. I think that is quite an altruistic thing to try and achieve when ultimately the level of service that any council decides to provide for their community is going to vary. And I think if there was a minimum standard expectation, I know I'd certainly want to see what that looks like to understand if there's a negative financial impact on our council before I decided if it was a good idea or not. From my perspective, I think we have very high provision here in the Bega Valley, but that's because we've got such a dispersed population. So around 36,000 people, but they are certainly not all clustered in one location. And I know if you compared that population distribution between Bega Valley compared to Dubbo Regional, for example, it's a very different profile. So I think trying to standardise that too much would come with potential risks from a financial perspective and then also a level of service. So if I look at our area, for example, we've got villages of 200 people that have a public toilet there, and that's an important asset in that community. But if you try and standardise that across the state, you may say, well, they don't need a toilet block. So what's the council then do? Do they take that one toilet block away from there and put it more into the larger centre? And I know from Murray's perspective, for example, he could probably comment on this. If you cluster too much where the population is and the smaller areas don't get any level of service for the rates they pay, it becomes a nightmare to try and manage expectations.
It's really yes, I'm envisaging a community hall meetings that would I'd hear some passion in play. I think that would be the challenge for that approach, because we have very disparate, like the villages are very small, but they need that, and that's where the travellers happen as well. But do we have good data on some of that ad hoc travel that we have around Western New South Wales as opposed to a major tourism destination like Bega? So there'd be value from an open space planning or a community space planning context. But again, a bit like the pattern book, you wouldn't want to make it too compulsory, because we'll have these challenges both from the very small communities, but then also an impost onto the financial sustainability. As a colleague said, who's in the room with you, it's not just about the built asset, it's about the serviceability, and the community certainly expects a level of service in public toilets so they can remain useful to them. So there's got merit. I think it's more like a planning framework as opposed to a compulsory rule.
Yeah. If I may step in there, I think one of the other challenges, if it's on a per capita or a distance formula, communities like ours just end up like Mars because we don't have the per capita and the distances are so large that we sort of fall through the cracks, or it's not financially viable. to be looking at those options. And one of the challenges in communities like ours is there will be multiple sites within our shire where one or two reasonable toilets is sufficient for the majority of the year. But then there's critical events in those communities that are important for the sense of community, as well as perhaps bringing in dollars, fundraising opportunities for the community. And the facilities just can't match that. The facilities are there, but it's not viable to build to build a facility that's going to meet that 5,000 crowd for the 2 weekends of the year. So I think we need to be a little bit lateral to and look at the options that we look at to meet those needs. And, maybe I'm sort of coming up with this idea on the hop, so, work with me, but maybe a fleet of portable toilets that are available that are designed very cleverly. They are inclusive design. They are able to adapt to low water levels, yet refill quickly, or they're an on-site composting toilet. And that's where I think one of the things we raised in our submission was the opportunity or the potential to look at research and design as well around wastewater and management, because I think for a lot of our communities that would portability, mobility of the infrastructure itself. And just would be advantageous, and looking at how can we resource those communities maybe the 4 weekends a year that they need more. Yeah.
That's really useful, thanks. I might just ask you a few questions, Mr. Wood, about the most famous public toilet in the state, maybe, the Lions Park West 3D printed toilet.
Sure.
You've obviously addressed in your submission the issues about the plan the council had to 3D print homes and the connection between that and the project. But I was wondering if you could talk to what's the connection between the ultimate design of the toilet in terms of utilising the traditional model of the sort of male-female toilets, as well as the disability accessible toilet, and the use of 3D printing. What's the connection between the ultimate design and the mode of construction that was chosen?
There's nothing beholden to 3D printing. It's as you know, it's a wall construction technique. So what that's alluding to is the fit out can be changed to suit. You could have a single cubicle with 3D printing. It's new technology and it keeps evolving all the time. So I don't see there being a constraint on your if you use, say, 3D, or indeed probably what's going to get ahead of that is modular installation. I don't see that being a constraint in terms of your internal design. You would see in the, for example, another toilet that's going to be kicking off is and it is at the main park in Dubbo, urban area, a deeper consultation with community, and that's given us some challenges because there's such a breadth of feedback. So we're trying to incorporate that in all design. So I don't think 3D printing itself rules out how you fit out a toilet, and whether that's single cubicles with external facing, or whether it's, as you described, more traditional, cubicles within and wash basins in one shared room.
Yeah. So prior to the construction of this toilet, when was the last time the Dubbo Council, either Dubbo City Council or the current Regional Council, constructed that traditional mode of public toilet in a park?
I will have to take that on notice. I had a bit of a gap between Dubbo Regional. I know the more recent ones before Lions Park at the showground, and that was more based on getting people through in events. They had large banks of single cubicle and opening with a facade to stop people seeing in as you went in. So I'd have to take that on notice to get you that detail.
Sure, thank you. The 3D printed toilet, was the final design put out for community consultation?
I don't believe so, but again, I'll confirm.
And was the final design sent to the councillors in a public council meeting?
The exact example of what's there now, again, I'll have to go back through the records and see what was put to the elected body. I'll use Victoria Park, which is I'd suggest that we've done a lot of deep consultation. We're going to go to market, and they will have to meet our specs as well as they can. And so that level of detail may not necessarily come back to the elected body because they've allocated the budget, we've done the consultation, we're going to meet it, and part of the decision criteria will be meeting that consultation as deeply as possible. So it doesn't necessarily mean the elected body gets to see the detailed design of an individual amenity block. So I'd say that's a likely outcome at Victoria Park toilets, although, again, I'll have to check the latest resolution of council in that regard and get back to the committee.
Yeah, okay. In terms of maybe comparable parks in Dubbo, I know that there's a new public toilet block in Elston Park in Dubbo, and I think that's single-use cubicles. I think it's got 3, a male, a female, and a unisex disability access one. Would you say that's a park that's got a higher volume of use than Lions Park West?
Much so. There's 3 parks that have the most use in Dubbo, and that will be Victoria Park, Elston Park and Warringah Park. They're very dominated by family use, lots of gatherings, and Elston Park has an outdoor water play feature that is chlorinated, what have you, so it is designed to attract a lot of people in a very clustered environment.
Yeah. So Lions Park West, I think I'm right in saying this, now has a higher number of toilets in terms of individual toilets. Is that right? Because I think 3D printed one's got 4 and 4, does it, and 1, or 3 and
cubicles?
4?
Yeah, yep. I'd suggest that's correct. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm just curious why the higher volume use park has got a lower amount of toilets and their single-use cubicles. I'm just curious about what's the methodology there for deciding what park gets how many toilets.
That in that circumstance of Lion Park West, it was the manager getting best value for money. So in their view at the time, they sought to get as many toilets as possible. It is a much lower used park, except for, and I think I mentioned this I think it was in our submission, where there are some festivals like the Eid, the Islamic community had a celebration there. It gets some disparate pulses of activity, as it were. So it's just a particular circumstance for that particular park at that time. For Elston Park, there was a lot more consultation over a longer period of time because the oldie worldy toilets were at a very distant part of the park, and so there was more deep consultation, again, because there was a higher level of service at that particular park.
So the current mayor put a question on notice to a council meeting asking, in respect of the 3D printed loo, whether consideration was given to 3D printing single-use cubicles. And the answer, in summary, said that yes, consideration was given, but it would have been outside the budget for the project. So I was just wondering if you could speak to that in terms of why it wasn't possible within the budget to 3D print single-use cubicles. And I suspect it might have something to do with the amount of walls, because as you said, it's fundamentally a wall printing mode of technology.
Sure. And this is based on recollection. I don't have documentation in front of me, I hasten to add. So I would imagine, so effectively the 3D printed walls are like double skin brick walls. That's how they affect and how they're in operation. So there would have been less toilets and a greater number of walls, so there would have been greater expense to have the dual brick walls, as it were, so the 3D printed walls in between individual cubicles. Now, that was the case based on the feedback from the relevant staff at that time. Given the movement of technology, that's probably a very different story if you're going to market today, I would suggest.
Right. And do you think within that project budget, do you think it would have been possible not utilising 3D printing to, for example, have built 3 single-use cubicles in a smaller toilet block, but one that involved single-use cubicles?
Oh, potentially, but ultimately you're talking about a snapshot in time for a decision of that then elected body.
So what concerns me, Mr. Wood, just to get to the point of it all, is I'm just concerned that a particular mode of technology was chosen because of a different purpose in terms of the housing issue, and I'm not questioning that was legitimate. but a particular mode of technology was chosen to print a public toilet because of that other purpose. And that meant that effectively single-use cubicles weren't pursued because it would have been too expensive to 3D print them. So that other objective meant that a traditional style toilet was built in circumstances where there was no community consultation on that.
That was the decision at that time. It went through council, the elected body, and so resolved.
So I thought you said the design didn't go to council.
Not detailed design, but the ultimate awarding of the tender was put to council. So they chose, and again in the submission it calls out that there was a focus on this housing as a solution to stimulate different technologies to address the housing crisis. So that was the decision at that time.
Yeah, but what do you say about the suggestion that a less than best practice design of toilet was chosen because of this other objective? I mean, what would you say to people, for example, who don't think that traditional style is inclusive and accessible? I mean, should they really bear the consequence of some other objective in terms of 3D printing homes in a completely different part of Dubbo?
That's a view that they can put forward. And again, we've done a deep dive in consultation of Victoria Park toilets. So ultimately people will tell us. We haven't had direct feedback on that particular amenity, and including as part of our community safety and crime prevention plan. They haven't provided that feedback that they feel unsafe or there's anything untoward about that experience there. So in our submission, we call that out, that we always learn about interactions with community, and we always learn project by project, and we apply those learnings to the next one. So in terms of a service, most people are using that amenity largely walking around the river, riding their bikes around the river. Yes, there's sometimes peaks of use. We haven't had much direct negative feedback. Yes, there's the standard Facebook page that gets hooked into like every local government area does. But in relation to that, we learn and we apply those lessons, and we also scale up our consultation depending on where assets are. So, for example, it's in the draft budget. We have council laws have asked us, based on community feedback, for toilets and cemeteries, for example. So we'll be doing some consultation, given the sensitivity, and much deeper in terms of the sensitivity around toilets and cemeteries. And because of that lack of regular passive surveillance by people, they will be really subject to highly likely to be subject to vandalism as well, because there's not many people around until these pulses of activity. So again, we'll need to apply our learnings on robust infrastructure. 3D printer walls are about as robust as you get. They cure to 50 MPa. You'd break your hand before you break a wall fitting. Not saying that we're going down that path, but that's an example of the thinking we'll have to bring to a cemetery toilet, because that's what we've heard from community is the priority.
But in terms of community feedback, was there any way for members of the Dubbo community to give that feedback prior to the construction of that 3D printed loo?
In terms of a deep conversation and design, no, I don't believe there was, but we have regular channels post and during the construction for community to give feedback, and we haven't received that through our normal channels, and people aren't shy in telling us what they think formally.
In terms of the Facebook group that you talked about, and you talked about it in your written submission as well, and I think you might be aware there's probably 3,000 or 4,000 members of that group. I'm a member myself, I should disclose. Is that a group that council monitors for the purpose of picking up that consultation?
No. And the logic there is that we have, if people do ask us, even on our own Facebook page, they may have a strong view, not expressed very coherently, but very bluntly. We ask people to go back through our channels so we can capture that data. Unfortunately, Facebook groups don't necessarily encourage nuance in terms of understanding. So we always we welcome our community to say it in their own words, but come back through our Your Say page we've got, which is very effective at gathering data and information as well. So we don't, as a rule, monitor Facebook pages, because that will have a certain bent, but there's villages that have their own Facebook page that they have issues that they talk about as well. So it would be unfeasible to monitor all Facebook pages, despite some having, big to that point about villages have the same equity as a larger centre, we'd have to pay the same attention to every Facebook group, and that wouldn't be feasible.
So you say in your written submission that there was feedback on that Facebook group about the design, and then you say there was in a search of records very limited complaints or queries received by council through its normal official customer channels. I suppose the point that I'm getting to is you've got this Facebook group with, I don't know, thousands of members in it, and I looked at a lot of the feedback about this particular toilet, and it ranged from supportive to reasonable criticism to sort of unreasonable criticism. I'm just a bit concerned from a consultation point of view that council is quarantining itself from all of that and then making the point in a written submission to an inquiry that there was limited feedback through the usual council feedback channels. I mean, can council really quarantine itself in that way and just rely in that sense on the traditional methods of consultation? Shouldn't council be sort of taking into account you've got this group, it's got thousands of people in it, presumably, who are going to vary greatly in terms of their good faith in their interactions? Can you really ignore that sort of group?
Well, no, we'd ask that group posts, for example, we have a Your Say page. It's not traditional. We have software and IT-based consultation groups. Ideally, a group like that would say, hey, if you want to get your feedback read, and they do promote our media releases and what have you. So I think there is a positive interaction that can be made from that, where people may get their first bit of advice from, say, a community Facebook page, but then points them back to these our Your Say programs and what have you. So I don't think they're mutually exclusive. But the point I was making there is there's areas where we get feedback that is informal and, you know, it's a community conversation. But in terms of people complaining and directly, and they, as I say, they're not shy in talking to us regularly about our service provision across a range of things, and that we have no records of that as well. So that's the point I was trying to make, not diminishing a community conversation on a community administered Facebook page. I was more making the point that if people are really passionate, they tend to, and if they treat it very seriously, they tend to let us know about through our normal channels on our Your Say page and what have you. So I wasn't certainly not dismissing, but certainly trying to create that point of difference that people aren't shy in letting us know. And I think the Victoria Park consultation that's also in the submission, where I put the word cloud there as well, that was through our Your Say page. So you can see there it's a park that lots of people love and enjoy, and they've really given us a deep dive in submission. So our normal channels, which are new, do work in terms of getting a feel for community understanding as well.
So just lastly from me, you've talked in your written submission about community feedback preferring the single-use cubicle, and council has, look, in my understanding, in recent times, perhaps in the last decade or two, maybe more, has built the single-use cubicles in public parks, certainly. Do you have any real doubt that if it wasn't for this decision to utilise 3D printing because of the housing issue, that council would have built single-use cubicles in Lions Park West, that you wouldn't have decided to replicate that traditional male-female toilet there?
Oh, that's conjecture. I think the challenge you have is taking it out of the context of the very real housing crisis, and council at that time was looking at ways of stimulating different ways, and using an allocated budget for amenity block was viewed as a positive way of doing that.
It's not really conjecture, Mr. Wood, because almost always the construction of a public toilet block is separated from the housing crisis, and I suspect it will be in the future and is for most councils. So, but for that decision to utilise 3D printing, do you have any real doubt that council would have built single-use cubicles in Lions Park West?
I guess I'm framing the question as conjecture. Do I have any real doubt? Possibly, but I think it's the asset's built. We're doing a deep dive in consultation of Victoria Park toilets. We'll do a deep dive in cemetery toilets because it is so bespoke. So I'm comfortable with my answer.
So are you accepting that but for the decision to utilise 3D printing, that council probably would have built single-use cubicles in Lions Park West?
No, I think I'm being verbal a bit there.
What I'm saying is, you need to respond, so please do.
Yes, no, it was a decision made, and for all the wraparound and thinking about that decision, that was made to go back in the future and say we'd do something different. that would be hypothetical. So
that's a
I'm
bit of an
comfortable-
evasion of the question, Mr. Wood. I'll just put it again, just in all fairness to you. Look, and taking into account that council has built single-use cubicles in every new development of public toilets that I can think of in the time that I've been in Dubbo, do you have any real doubt that but for this decision to utilise 3D printing because of the housing issue, that council would have done what council has invariably done in recent times and just built single-use cubicles in Lions Park West?
No, I'm comfortable with my answer as I've already given.
Thank you.
No worries.
I'll go across to Mr. Diadam.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of questions around cleaning schedules. I think we've heard evidence that there's not a clear standard in terms of cleaning frequency that applies to public toilets. So I wanted to ask each of the witnesses today how the council determines the cleaning schedule for the various facilities that they are responsible for. What benchmark, what measures do they use to determine how frequently public toilets under their control are cleaned?
John, do you want to jump into that for Bega, and I'll just start at the end if needed?
Yep, no problem. So John Grady, Bega Valley. So largely we have an asset hierarchy, regional, district and local level facilities, with regional facilities getting more regular servicing. They're the ones that are in the higher use towns or more populated centres that get a lot more use, particularly through holiday periods. And then we go to district level facilities, which serve us sort of smaller parkland areas, if you like. And then we go to local level facilities, which are in the smaller villages and towns. In terms of how we would determine that, it's also largely a big part of that is budget based and trying to fit our service frequencies into our set budget allocations, and basically doing the best cleaning jobs we can with the funding we've got. Distance is a big issue for us here, as it is for a lot of sort of large regional areas as well. The times that the guys are in the vehicles travelling to sites is allocated against cleaning that facility. It's part of their jobs. They're on the clock when they're in the vehicle, so that's got to be accounted for as well. I think that's pretty much answered the question from Bega Valley's perspective. Anthony, do you have anything to add?
Just the only thing I just will add that there are some facilities that are maintained by volunteers too, particularly associated with halls and cemeteries. So I'd say there are some that get a different level of service outside of what council provides, but that's reliant on volunteers.
What's the minimum frequency? What's in terms of the sort of outliers? How frequently would the least frequently cleaned toilet be cleaned?
Our minimum frequencies down here at the moment for our service facilities, ones by town, is twice a week. However, in saying that, if those maintenance crews are called away to another more urgent issue on that day, might be putting out road close signs for flash flooding or responding to some other sort of urgent matter, that service will be missed. So, and that sometimes happens as well. So our minimum programmed servicing is twice a week, but we don't always hit that target because sometimes those people are called away to other more urgent matters. Up to, and in at the other end of the spectrum, sometimes, particularly through summer, we're at twice a day for some of our higher use facilities at really popular areas.
And are those facilities cleaned by direct employees, or are they employed via contract arrangements?
Direct employees here at Bega Valley.
Okay. And so I might just hear from the other councillors just about how they arrange things.
Yeah, I'm happy to go. We would use a similar hierarchy to what Bega's talking about, which is around intensity of use, driving distance. We incorporate that into the schedule. If there's a special event, just a standard part of our booking process is that if there's an event at one of our venues, an extraordinary event, then the cleaning crews will be notified and they do a pre and post check. The other trigger for a clean would be complaints. And if there's a pattern of, more complaints over a particular facility that indicates its usage has increased, then the cleaning schedule will be modified around that.
And direct employees?
Yes, direct employees. Yep.
Dubbo?
Yep. So ours, again, it's a maintenance service level approach in much the same way we do mowing on parks and other service levels. So it's a hierarchy. So a high used parks, they may get cleaned twice a day. Medium level parks, amenities cleaned daily, 5 days a week. And then for the more outer lying river reserves, they might get done twice per week, for example. So it's about that maintenance service level. That's what we talk to our communities about. We can lift all to be the highest level, but we can't afford it. So it's about that triage of where we put our resources in parks. Ours has, for a long time, been contractor based. So we've gone out to tender. There's been a pretty significant increase in that cost. We've just awarded that tender, and that's been a long-standing contracting arrangement, not for the individual contractor, but for outsourcing that service for a long time, both in Dubbo City and then the merger with Wellington being Dubbo Regional.
Okay. And just one other question for me was just about the hygiene standards in terms of, what's the sort of minimum and how do you arrive at that minimum in terms of the intensity of the clean and the provision of soap, paper, or drying facilities. Like, is there any guidance that you rely on in terms of making decisions around what standard is applied across facilities and whether that varies between facilities?
I might keep kicking. It certainly varies, as I've described. There's a hierarchy of service levels. I mean, the contractors use them. They have high-pressure hoses and what have you, so it will depend on what's happening there at the time. And is replacing toilet paper. We don't leave large stashes of toilet paper because they either get used inappropriately, so there is that opportunity in the higher resourced parks to have them replaced more regularly. So we specify the standards in our tender.
John, do you want to talk about that from Bega? And one thing to refer to is hand sanitisation and some of the challenges around that.
Yeah, I will. So in the Bega Valley, in terms of service levels and cleaning standards, the crews do their regular cleaning program. They'll go in and do their process, dusting, cleaning, wiping, and hosing. In terms of what facilities we provide, what other things we provide at a site, it's a really good question, because then we start to get into the complexities of the little things, which are a big part of this. So we do double maxi rolls in our facilities, and that generally means that there's enough paper on site between services. We don't typically provide hand sanitizer or soaps or hand towels, because that stuff is more difficult to control, and often, more often than not, unfortunately, it's not used for the right purposes, or the soap canister gets broken and splashes and spills, creating other problems. And I think, and it goes to the vandalism issue more broadly, it's like once those things are relatively easily vandalised, they're easily not used for their purpose. And once something isn't there to be used, it's not able to be used. So if we have to go and replace or repair something often, it means that it's not being able to be used much at all. So we're better, it sounds a bit strange, but sometimes we're better off just not having that thing at all. And people, we have water and hand washing and hand basins and that sort of thing. But in terms of the challenges that come with sustaining a service level, it becomes more problematic than we're able to consistently maintain. In some instances, the higher service areas, yes, we do have some soap and hand sanitizer. But as a general rule, that's the exception. More often than not, we don't provide soap or hand towels.
Yeah, we'd be similar again, to Bega in that we vary in what we offer in the different facilities because of the same thing. Things not being used inappropriately, they break, it's hard to replace. And we've had some very detailed conversations about the type of toilet roll holdings that's best for different facilities. And it really does make a difference because if you can get a reliable wall-fixed piece of hardware, then it means people using the toilet are likely to have access to toilet paper in between the two visits by the cleaning crew. And that might sound like minutiae, but that's really some of the things you have to be managing in these areas where the toilets are not visited daily. In the main centres, similarly, those facilities would be cleaned daily. They have a better range of hygiene equipment, if I can put it that way. The other factor I was just thinking about in terms of hygiene standards, one of the things that is quite different in a lot of the areas is if you're reliant on tank water, you're not going to be singing Happy Birthday twice while the tap is running to wash your hands. People who are used to tank water or are using tank water tend to be very efficient and very quick and rub a lot rather than running taps for long periods of time. So I think that's something that needs to be considered in setting standards for hygiene as well. Yeah, because I've seen, particularly during the last drought, some expectations of, saying, I know this doesn't relate to public toilets per se, but around hygiene standards, I know in early childhood and education, the expectation of how long children are washing their hands doesn't work if you've got a centre full of kids that are using tank water at home. So there needs to be some context as well around how that hygiene is achieved.
We're out of time for this session. Thank you all so much for making time today to share your experience and expertise with us. There were a couple of questions taken on notice, and there may well be supplementary written questions from the committee, and the Secretariat will be in touch with those. Thanks so much again, and we'll move to our next panel of Metropolitan Councils.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
welcome to our next witnesses from City of Sydney and Blacktown councils. Thank you so much for making the time to provide evidence today. Could each witness please state your name and position title and take either the oath or the affirmation, starting on my left.
My name is Scott Willard. I'm the coordinator of cleanliness security at Blacktown City Council. So I swear that the evidence given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Paul Bells, Director of City Assets, Blacktown City Council. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Marcia Morley, I'm the Executive Manager of Project Development and Delivery at the City of Sydney Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would any of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
I'm happy to.
Go ahead.
So Paul Bells, Director of City Assets, Scott Willard, Coordinator City Cleaning. Blacktown is one of, or if not the largest council in New South Wales by population. We provided a submission to this forum previously. And what I've heard before in the gallery, a number of our points are all going to be consistent. So in our submission, we spoke about accessibility and the provision of access such as location, hours of operation, accessibility for people with disabilities, parents and young children, and the elderly have significant barriers. In our submission, we talked about hygiene and cleanliness, and the standard and design of public toilet facilities have become even more critical in the wake of the pandemic, and there's a need for standardised cleaning protocols, modern touch-free fittings, and adequate sanitary products. We also spoke about safety, and it's another major concern. Poor lighting, lack of security features, and slow maintenance responses can make public toilets unsafe, and poor behavioural issues. And so we recommend the introduction of minimum safety requirements. Design standards are also very important. At Blacktown City Council, we recently implemented new design standards at our Gallangara Reserve, including single unisex cubicles and fully accessible amenities. A big one for us is with such a massive population growth over the next 5 years, the size of our asset base will actually double, but operational costs. So maintaining public toilets involves significant operating and capital costs. For us, our annual operational expenditure is some $15 million for cleaning, maintenance and sanitary services. And so we probably need a bit of a help with a state-based funding framework to support councils in upgrading and maintaining public toilets. And a further issue is about budget and funding. And rate capping, which commenced in 1978, means that we're funded to do what we did in 1978. If we're to do more, we need additional funding, and this is more accelerated with our growth that we've got in our area. That's all from me.
Thank you. Ms. Morley, did you have an opening statement?
A very short statement, and perhaps our local government area is a slightly different context to some of the other councils who've been speaking today. So the City of Sydney public toilets are critical for us creating a livable and sustainable city that provides a high quality of life for our residents, visitors and businesses. We have a number of policies and strategy documents which inform the provision of and planning for public toilets within our LGA. These documents go back to 2014 when we undertook a detailed survey and developed a public toilet strategy which sets out our guidelines for provision of toilets and design of those toilets, and that's further supported by our inclusive and accessible public domain policy and guidelines and our inclusion disability action plan. The city maintains and manages a large portfolio of public toilets across the LGA. These are standalone buildings within our parks, automated public toilets in the public domain, and also we offer a number of public toilets through our community facilities and recreation facilities across the LGA. The key recommendations that we've set out in our submission relate to matters which we feel the state government can further support councils. The first of those is that in 2024 there was some consultation around changes to the National Construction Code related to the provision of all gender facilities. This consultation has completed, but those amendments have not been included in the draft 2025 updates to the NCC. We would really like to see the state government advocating for those changes to be expedited and adopted. That is a really key challenge for us in terms of the NCC requirements about terminology and provision of toilets. We would also, within our local government area, there is a significant portion of land which is actually state government-owned land and state government-owned facilities, and we would like to see the state improving the availability and accessibility of public toilet facilities, particularly at railway stations, and expanding the opening hours of all public toilets under the state's control. We'd like to see the state exploring any opportunities for the provision of and access to a greater number of public toilets on their land or within buildings owned by New South Wales government agencies. And I think the other key issue for us is actually promoting that all parties are actively locating their toilets through the National Public Toilet Map website, which is a really key amenity for the community.
Thank you very much. My first question is to both of you. The question of funding has come up a fair few times, and with an understanding of the pressures that the local government sector is under, what are, in your view, are the optimal ways to provide support to councils? Is it, we've had a suggestion around allowing developer contributions to be spent on toilets as part of essential infrastructure. There's been suggestions around specified grant funding or funding that's tied to a design pattern book. There's been suggestions around ongoing funding. What would be the optimal way for councils to be supported to improve their public toilets?
Probably all of the above. We receive on an annual basis at Blacktown about $250 million in rates. Grants help us for the capital, but then we've got the ongoing operating costs. So we probably have put in our submission that some sort of state-based subsidy program for public toilets is probably the best. We find developers provide some toilets, but with such a massive growth in our area, it's an ongoing challenge as to how we fund that operating costs going forward.
Okay. You're welcome to add something.
No, nothing to add to that.
Okay. To the City of Sydney, you've had a public toilet strategy in place for a good decade now. I suppose what was achieved in that time? What do you see as the benefits of having done that work in a strategic way?
I think what we have, what that has really helped us to do is actually one of the most challenging issues is the geographic location of public toilets. For every, there's a lot of people who want a public toilet in a specific location, but what our strategy sets out is really clear guidelines. So within the central Sydney LGA area, it's geographic based, so we're aimed to have a public toilet within a 400-metre walking distance of any location within central Sydney. And then outside of the central Sydney area, across the broader LGA, we specified that there should be a public toilet available within a village centre and within major parks. So we've got really clear guidance on where the toilets should be provided. I think the other really key factor is actually the link between the public toilet strategy and the inclusive and accessible public domain guidelines and our inclusion disability action plan, and actually really driving that change to have the all gender toilets and move away from that gendered provision has been really key for us.
Thank you. And there was a specific recommendation as part of that strategy around designing and promoting a voluntary scheme for retailers, cafes and other providers. I think City of Sydney uniquely, you've got a lot of shopping centres. Has that work progressed? What have you learned?
I can't actually speak specifically to that question. Sorry,
Okay.
that sits within another part of the business. I could take that on
Feel
notice.
free to take it on notice.
Yes.
I'm very interested because it's been raised as a suggestion by a number of other witnesses to the inquiry, so I'd be interested
Yes.
to hear how that work's gone. Thank you. Look, to both of you, you've both expressed a preference for all gender cubicles for inclusion and accessibility. I think Blacktown, you used the word unisex, and notwithstanding the terminology difference, why is that important?
Well, mostly because it's more efficient, but secondly, there's a high demand from the community for those type of facilities going forward. And the new design standards we're applying for public amenities blocks does allow us to facilitate that type of approach in the new buildings, and they are actually much more appealing facilities than what we've had in the past. So we have to accommodate the changing attitudes and needs of our community, and that's what we're doing through the new design standards. And we've included that at Gallangara and our Bungarraby facilities sort of going forward.
Thank you. You've mentioned those specific facilities in your written submission as well. Is it possible on notice to provide us with perhaps some photos or an understanding of what that design standard looks like in Blacktown?
Yeah, absolutely. Just a quick description. They're a much more contemporary design than the traditional sort of brickwork structure. They incorporate timber, security, sustainable materials, a better standard for cleanliness. It's much easier for our cleaners to clean those facilities. So we actually can provide some photos and the standards that go with them.
Thank you. That'd be great.
Similar to the comments from Blacktown, it really is about our commitment to inclusion and accessibility in the public domain. So, yeah.
Thank you. Might go to other members of the committee. Mrs. McDonald.
Thank you. I was just, and this is a question to both. In toilet infrastructure, has the city adopted any, and this is on your new facilities, any innovative technologies or design practices in your toilet infrastructure, say, such as an example, contactless entry, smart monitoring, sustainable use? And I know you mentioned some, but if you could expand on that.
So we, in terms of our standalone public toilets, we have two primary models. So we have our automated public toilets, which are actually all being refreshed within the public domain at the moment. So they are all automated entry and quite high-tech, for want of a better word. Our other toilets are our park toilets, and with those park toilets, we actually work on minimal technology within those park toilets. So, and that's around sustainability, but also actually maintainability of the facilities. So, yeah, APTs fully automated, and the park toilets are sort of lowest embodied carbon. Sustainability is the key driving principle there.
Thank you.
I might just try and add to that in my previous comments. So we incorporate a lot of sustainable materials in the construction, so recycled timber and things like that. All of the fittings are water efficient, AAA water conservation fittings. The lighting is LED lighting linked up at times. When you go into one of these facilities, it's quite open, but still maintaining privacy. And for our cleaners, they're much easier to clean because of the type of the materials and the design in those facilities. And they're designed to minimise, stop poor behaviour. So, as I said, you can actually see, or it's visible in those facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Just, yes, we adopt similar principles. So natural light and natural ventilation in those park toilets is a priority during daylight hours, and the same point safety and behaviours, making sure that you can always actually see what's happening.
And I note that you said you have a standalone public toilet strategy and have had it in place for quite a while. But in doing that, are you also, when you need to have a new toilet, are you integrating into, say, a broader public space planning?
Yes. So at the city, we have a a significant number of strategies and policies which guide all of the work that we do. So we have an open space and recreation needs strategy, which actually sets out those provisions across the whole of the LGA. These two documents actually work very closely together, and of course when we're planning for our community facilities, likewise we're always looking at that opportunity for the amenities to be publicly available during the opening hours of the facility.
Mm-hmm. And with Blacktown City Council, do you you don't have a standalone public toilet strategy, but how do you integrate into your planning, or do you have a standalone?
We've got a draft public domain manual which incorporates the needs of these type of facilities into either refurbished areas that we're going through, old sporting fields, and new growth areas. So we keep pointing to Gallangara. It's one of our newer playing fields that we've actually got. And part of that, I think it's got 2 or 3 sporting fields with it, is a public amenities block with an outdoor play area. So we have sort of one facility that fulfills 3 or 4 different needs. But again, we're under significant pressure in the northwest growth area to provide these facilities as part of our big sporting field projects. And typically our those open space facilities are quite large, and they will have an amenities block put in as part of that project.
And you mentioned before with regard to, say, maintaining facilities, and this is a question for both, what would you say are the biggest challenges in maintaining and expanding your toilet infrastructure besides the cost to build, but you've got your ongoing maintenance as well?
For us, the requests from our community, so since COVID, a lot of people have realised the value of open space and the linkage to personal health. So we have a lot of people that now want to get out and exercise quite regularly. And so some of our more aged people want to get out in the morning and exercise, and with that, they want an amenities block with that. So it's hard at times to balance those requests, but typically we have our facilities open during daylight hours, and we have about 10 cleaners that go around and service those facilities. For sporting fields, we give the sporting clubs a key, and so when they have soccer and cricket, they can actually, the sporting or groups can actually open the facilities to make them available for their members. We've found that works quite well actually through the process.
Thank you.
Very similar. So yeah, our standalone park toilets are generally open and operational daylight hours, closed from dusk to dawn. However, when they're associated with a sporting field, we will provide people with a field booking, generally a PIN code access to access the toilet block. Our APTs are 24/7, which is a really fantastic service for the community.
And we've heard from previous witnesses about design standards. I think you may have. Is that something that you would look to as well? So maybe not prescriptive, but guidelines in future toilet infrastructure design, sort of like a framework?
So within our current public toilet strategy, we set out design guidelines which we work to, and what we are now working towards is what we refer to as a standardised park toilet design, which obviously has a slightly different iteration and language depending on the location that it's installed, but the general typology is for those individual cubicles with a shared outdoor hand wash basin, which can be used by general park users as well as people who've used a toilet block. There's also guidelines around how we locate those toilets within a park setting.
For Blacktown, we have a new design standard for public amenities, public toilets. We also, our process sort of goes like this. We have a design standard, which has all that good stuff around energy and water efficiency and sustainability and accessibility, etc. in it. We then have what we call a design review panel, where everyone in the organisation come together for about an hour to review the design and make sure there's no problems from both a design, an operability or constructability process. And then as part of the construction of and typically these facilities are built as part of a park or a sporting field, we will go to public consultation on that. So the public will have the opportunity to actually provide comments, and we incorporate that into the design. And then finally, we will construct it as a council going forward. So we try and apply a comprehensive process to meet the needs of all of our community.
And just on your design review panel, the people that are on that, are there community representatives, say, from different sectors, say, from the disability sector?
No, in that process, no. But it's more about internal to council staff, all of the people that actually are involved in the design, etc. When we go to public consultation, then we pick up those sort of groups through that process, and we do get feedback from them. And in a number of cases, typically, we provide those groups that have accessibility issues an MLAC key, which they get that personally, so that when they come to those facilities, they can access the toilet or whatever.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I might go to our committee members online. Mr. Lawrence or Mr. Deanna?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the witnesses and the organisations for your submissions and your attendance. Really appreciate it. One of the issues that we've spent quite a bit of time on in this inquiry is the distinction between what you might call a traditional public toilet, where the user goes in and shares public space with a number of cubicles in that space, and a more modern universal design type toilet where there's single-use cubicles. And I was just wondering, when would the last time have been that either of your councils in a public park built an old-style, traditional-style male-female toilet where you share public space?
For us, it would have been in 2022 as a part of a 7-Eleven contribution in Schofield. It's a dual cubicle that just services an outdoor park and barbecue area, no sporting field attached.
Right, okay.
So that would have been, yeah.
And I couldn't give you an exact year, but it has been quite a significant amount of time. Our general approach is for the modern inclusive standard. Yeah.
Yeah. And what traditionally, or what would drive that choice these days? Obviously, for the City Council, there's a preference with a single-use cubicle, but when might you build a traditional one? Would it be where maybe there's scarce public space, or could it be driven by cost issues? What would generally be the circumstances that might dictate that?
I think maybe a cost issue, or as my colleague has said, where there's specific use. But typically with our new design standards, we've sort of gradually moving away from that single-use sort of cubicle.
Yeah.
You mean the shared space cubicle?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Thank you. In terms of, we've had a lot of evidence suggesting that a statewide standard for public toilets might be desirable, perhaps addressing things like design, but also provision. So it might, for instance, include formulas about what distance from certain facilities or places of gathering you ought to have a public toilet, might speak to how many toilets might be needed in particular areas based on usage and so forth. And I'm just wondering, from the council's perspectives, what would be the most useful things that such a statewide standard or instrument or policy might contain? Things that might save council doing the work themselves, for example?
I think from the City of Sydney's perspective, our local government area is actually quite unique in terms of the resident, worker and tourist population that we are serving. And so the need for us to have a LGA specific set of guidelines and strategy, I think, is an ongoing one.
might not be assisted, do you think, by a statewide instrument in the same way that, for example, smaller councils might be?
Perhaps, and then depending on what was included in that, there may be some elements which would be of assistance, but yeah.
I think from our perspective, we've put forward standards for hygiene and cleanliness, and I think that may assist in sort of protecting us from any sort of issues going forward. I think the other big one is safety, is another advantage. I just sort of qualify with Blacktown. We've got about 159 toilets that are council owned, but there's also about another 100 public toilets that are privately owned, like in restaurants and things like cafes. So a standard probably would assist in getting consistency not only across the toilets we manage, but some of those private toilets as well, which help accessibility for the general public.
Yeah. We've had a suggestion made, I think it was from a private consultancy firm, that we should look at innovative ways to pay for public toilets. And one thing they brought up was using the exterior walls and maybe the interior walls, I'm not sure, for advertising. Is that something that any of your councils have done or thought about doing, or something that could be useful?
We certainly use it for bus stops, where I think it's the I won't say who the advertising agency is, but there are advertising agencies that have contracts with us, and then they provide a certain number of bus stops, which might help the committee and a bit of guidance. That's probably the nearest analogy I've got. We haven't thought about it though for public toilets yet, and it may be an opportunity sort of going forward.
Yeah. Has City of Sydney done anything like that?
Similar. So we have a contract in place with regard to provision of our public domain furniture, bus stops, signage, kiosks, and the automated public toilets. And some of those facilities do actually have advertising integrated with them. The public toilets generally not, however. It's generally a signage. And in terms of our standalone public toilets, no.
So does that reflect a policy choice, or it just hasn't been done?
Just hasn't been done.
Because I have seen public toilets where, I'm not sure if it's private commercial advertising, but certainly public health messaging. It's not unusual to see in public toilets, but I wonder whether it would be considered appropriate to have normal commercial advertising or not. Have you got any thoughts on that?
Well, when you go into an airport, into the amenities, the toilets there are posters on the wall about public health, about tourist locations, whole range of things. So there are other examples around where that is actively used. I think councils probably, we certainly don't in Blacktown, and I presume or assume that councils treat it as a service to the community, and that's basically the way it's approached. But it may be an opportunity going forward.
The other thing that was raised, which was also raised earlier in the inquiry though, in a different sense, but the other thing that was raised in that same submission was the idea of charging a fee for the use of public toilets. Just wondering what your thoughts on that are. I suspect that a mandatory fee might have all sorts of policy issues with it, but have you got any thoughts on it, and maybe an optional fee or capacity to donate or something like that? Any thoughts on that?
If you have a look at Europe does that overseas in some parts, and when you go to those, it doesn't mean that the amenities are any what's better, I don't think. So I think as a council, we try to provide the best we can for the public. Charging a fee would probably discourage people using it or giving people the accessibility, especially in Blacktown. I wouldn't suggest that. I don't think that would be a very good idea at all.
The other facet is public. We do a regular biannual customer service survey, and public toilets are one of the biggest areas where we get a lot of feedback, and the community just see it as a service the council would provide. So yeah.
That's really useful. Thank you. They're my questions, Chair.
Thank you. I'll go across to Mr. Diadam.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a couple of questions consistent with the ones that I asked to the previous councillors who were present, particularly around cleaning standards and schedules. So I wondered if perhaps you could explain how you arrive at the frequency of cleaning for facilities under your control.
So we, for Blacktown, we clean all of our toilets once a day. We have 10 cleaners who do that across 159 toilets.
They're direct employees?
Direct employees. When we get to high use facilities like our civic centre or our community centres that might have an event on, or where there's a public toilet that may support like our showgrounds or the fireworks each year, then that will be like 2 or 3 times a day we would clean those facilities. But predominantly it is just once a day that those facilities are cleaned right across the LGA. And we have it split up into 3 regions, and the cleaners do each particular region.
City of Sydney?
I'm sorry, that's a question that I can't answer. I don't sit on the operational side of the business, but I could take that on notice and come back.
That'd be fine. And in terms of the hygiene standards, the kind of provision of consumables in public toilets, is it a consistent standard across all facilities, or is there different approaches taken akin to the kind of responses we got from some of the rural councils around the ability to kind of just maintain those facilities in a consistent way?
No, for us it's consistent. So we provide paper, we provide a wash basin, we provide water. Through COVID, we actually stopped the provision of cleaning soap or liquid soap or gel, because what we were finding was with high use, the gel or liquid was going onto the floor and causing a slip risk with the patrons of those facilities. And we actually had a number of cases where people slipped because of the gel getting onto the floor and poor behaviours occurring. So at this stage, we've withdrawn the use of liquid soap. We're currently re-evaluating that, coming back out of COVID. It's one of the last things we've got to. But that was the issue, the only issue where we've sort of stopped that service because of the safety issue with it. And our Chief Safety Officer did that assessment for us independently.
And dryers or paper towels?
No, we don't provide dryers.
Some facilities do have dryers where they're, I'd say, monitored sites, libraries or aquatic centres and stuff like that. The outside ones in parks and recreational spaces, I think there's maybe 2 that have got them. Clubs have put them in themselves on their own back. Paper towels, we've removed them due to the arson risk, and that was based on recommendations from the insurance.
So can I ask just one further question from me? I think, Blacktown, you mentioned the issue around there being a range of privately provided toilets. Does the council have any I suppose, enforcement authority in relation to the operation of those toilets. Well, one of the apparent gaps in the sort of policy or legislative or regulatory framework is that it's not clear who actually enforces standards in terms of, cleanliness and safety and provision of minimum standards. Obviously, when something is initially built, it's the National Building Code, but beyond that, the ongoing question seems to be a vexed one. Does the council have any responsibility in terms of maintaining those standards in private facilities?
No. So, as my colleague from City of Sydney outlined, when the facility is actually initially built under the Building Code of Australia, there's standards to which those assets have got to be built. After that, it's really up to the property owner to maintain and operate those facilities. What we're actually flagging to the public is that whilst council owns 159 facilities, there's another 100 facilities that they can access, your local McDonald's or whatever, for the provision of those type of services. So it's really an asset that the community can access, but in terms of a standard for those or enforcement powers, no, council doesn't have those.
You do have building safety enforcement powers, though. Does this not fall within broadly that ambit of ensuring that these are safe facilities?
That's managed by a different group to us, and I'll go out on a bit of a limb and just say, as far as I know, no, I can take that question on notice. Typically, those building safety things relate to fire safety, access, etc., etc. So, yeah.
Okay, that's all for me, Chair.
Thank you. I have a couple more of my own questions. Obviously, the issue of accessibility, both from a mobility sense, but also things like time of day, have been a really strong theme in this inquiry. And I appreciate that some of the solutions require refurbishment or new builds, but not all of them. And so particularly City of Sydney, and it's an appendix to your now 10-year-old strategy with a list of all the toilets, but I notice a number of them were made more accessible without having them to be rebuilt. And could you speak to some of those solutions?
I can probably give a couple of examples, but not comprehensively because it goes back some time. So wherever possible, when we're actually looking at an existing building, we will look at whether we can actually upgrade it to comply with current standards rather than actually looking at a new build solution, because obviously that's the most sustainable outcome. And so in the past, what we have looked at doing is upgrades to existing toilets where there is actually the spatial capacity to change a standard cubicle into an accessible cubicle. Also looking at public domain upgrades leading up to an existing toilet facility so that there is accessible entry into it. In some circumstances, however, that is impossible. We have an active project at the moment which has just been approved by council, and that's a very old toilet block. It was originally built in the 50s, so it's that old segregated male and female. And in that instance, we're actually demolishing the building because it's beyond its asset life and building a new all-gender facility so that we're actually catering to everyone's needs.
Thank you.
We're probably in the same situation. So I'm just thinking through, like all of our kids' early learning centres, we've just gone through and changed all of the toilets, all of the plumbing to be much more water efficient and energy efficient, and then added or combined single cubicles into one cubicle and things like that. We've done the same with our libraries. So where you've got an existing building or facility that is sort of scale, you can do that. What we find, similar to the City of Sydney, if you've got something that's at a playing field that was built in the 1950s or 60s, it's much, much harder to actually change that facility. And a lot of cases, we're actually just demolishing them and starting again with a new facility.
Thank you. I asked the same question of your rural and regional counterparts, but I think there's this real question of trying to balance the measures that you're taking to reduce vandalism or to improve safety against the amenity for people who use toilets. And we've heard a variety of evidence around, how people feel going into a toilet that's, for example, entirely stainless steel with no seat, etc. I'm thinking of the evidence you just provided about, removing soap from toilets. When we're looking at rolling out, either statewide guidelines or standards or funding programs, how do you think we can strike the right balance between the needs of council in terms of being able to actually maintain a toilet against people's experience of using them?
I think when we did our research, the stainless steel fixtures, apparently they're meant to be more robust. They were actually worked out to be more expensive. So the toilets, for example, is cheaper to replace a porcelain toilet than it is a stainless steel one. It's a bit more user-friendly and a bit more, aesthetically pleasing too. So we've gone away from that 80s, style. Regarding the single or unisex or single cubicles, it's a lot. I find that that'd be a lot safer for the community. You know what you're walking into. As long as we've got a SEPTED, clear design on SEPTED with clear lines of sight to the street or to the playing field, not hidden around corners or fancy, a lot of some architects' buildings are putting in barrier walls to hide it. I would probably recommend that to steer clear of those. CCTV's another good measure. I think a lot of councils around Sydney are putting just to have a look on the front doors to assist the police if there is any antisocial behaviour or assaults that may occur in that area. I think that those would be the good safety measures. A localised sounding alarm, we've had a look at those to put in the accessibility, and adult change areas. That localised sounder, it's not remote monitored, but it alerts somebody that there is somebody in there with potential issue.
Did you have anything to add?
I think just to say it is a challenge for local governments and in fact anyone who is providing public amenities. But I think good design you can use those more utilitarian facilities, and if you actually incorporate broader architectural good design such as natural light, natural ventilation, ensuring that the materials that you select, whilst they may be robust and vandal resistant, they can still actually be quite pleasing and welcoming spaces to be in. So I think it's that balance that needs to be met, and it's that focus on good design. And I think looking at the government architects' good design principles actually provides some great guidance on that.
Thank you. I haven't got any more questions. If there aren't any from other committee members in our last few minutes, is there anything you particularly wanted to speak to that we haven't given you the opportunity to?
No, I don't think we've got anything to add. So.
Okay,
no.
Thank you very much. There were a couple of questions that were taken on notice, and there may be additional supplementary questions in writing from the committee as well. The Secretary will be in touch with you about that. Thank you so much again for making the time to give evidence today. The hearing from local councils is a really important perspective for us in this work. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're now breaking for lunch and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. Welcome to our next witnesses. Thank you so much for making the time to provide evidence today. And I'll just note as well, we do have some of our committee members on WebEx on the screen in front of you instead of in the room. Could you please start by stating your name and position title and taking either the oath or the affirmation?
Certainly. Hi, my name is Annie Tennant. I'm Director of Design and Place for Placemaking New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Hi, my name's Olivia Hyde. I'm Director of Design Excellence with the New South Wales Government Architects Office, here supporting Annie. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Certainly.
You go ahead.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. So my role is Director of Design and Place at Placemaking New South Wales, and that's the role that I'm here before you as, but I'm also the mother of a newly diagnosed child with type 1 diabetes, and I'm an architect and an urban designer. I would like to thank the committee sincerely for the opportunity to appear before you today and the process that you are currently conducting. It's really fantastic. I'd like to acknowledge that we're here on Gadi country and to pay my respects to elders past and present. Placemaking New South Wales is responsible for the care and control of the Rocks, Darling Harbour, as well as Luna Park, Barangaroo Headland, Barangaroo South, Ballast Point Park, and other parks and waterfront boardwalks in Pyrmont. As a government agency creating and caring for many important harbourside precincts in Sydney, Placemaking New South Wales prioritises the value of public amenities in our precincts. Public toilets are a community asset that is an essential part of any high-functioning, well-utilised public space, day and night. We have a duty to provide public spaces that are well managed, accessible, inclusive, places that can be enjoyed by everyone. Providing good quality, clean, well-designed public toilets is part of that commitment. In 2024, Placemaking New South Wales published an amenity strategy which aims to guide better planning, prioritisation, delivery and management of public amenities to support the use of the public domain of the foreshore. In our strategy, we define a public toilet as a facility containing one or more rooms or cubicles with one or more toilets or urinals, which is available for use by the public without restriction during hours of operation. Public toilets are accessible and inclusive, and they consider the different needs of social, cultural and demographic user groups, as well as children, parents with young children, culturally diverse people, the elderly and members of the LGBTIQA+ community. Access to public toilets is fundamental to creating welcoming and inclusive spaces and underpins vibrant public space and the 24-hour economy, which is the focus for many of our precincts. When they are not accessible, badly designed or unsafe, public toilets can exclude groups, which in turn builds negative perceptions of safety of these facilities, and people simply won't return to our precincts. Good design can greatly influence usability, safety and accessibility, and is important in promoting positive perceptions of public spaces and a sense of welcome. It is also important that public toilets are accessible to everyone in the community. Our submission focused on the need for high quality amenities, the revision of disability and gender standards, as well as greater consistency across all places and states in resources and funding. As community needs and expectations evolve, it is important that together we can develop clear frameworks to guide decision making into the future. Thank you so much for the opportunity to discuss our submission and share further insights.
Thank you. Did you have an opening statement as well?
I don't have a full statement, but just a few things to frame why I'm here. So my primary role here is as a second witness for Placemaking New South Wales and their submission, which Government Architect New South Wales support. Government Architect provides strategic and design advisory services to the New South Wales Government to support good design outcomes for the people of New South Wales. My role at the Government Architect is to lead the State Design Review Panel, and through that panel we review the design quality of state-assessed public and private projects, including social and transport infrastructure and new parks and open places, amongst others. I'm also an architect with over 30 years' experience designing and delivering projects, and also the mother of a transgender teenager. So this is a subject quite close to my heart. I think this is a very important inquiry and very well timed, and it's a privilege to be here to provide evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a few questions to start off with. My first question is just coming out of the written submission, which was excellent. Thank you for the time you took to prepare that. The first recommendation was around updating standards to reflect the changing expectations of the community.
Yes.
Could you talk us through specifically what are those contemporary community expectations and how has that changed?
Yes, certainly. So we, at Placemaking, we have 14 million visitors annually to the Rocks and 26.7 million visitors to Darling Harbour, and that was just last year. So we have a pretty good idea of the broad range of different community groups and people that come to our public spaces. Children, families, the elderly, etc. So what we have found is that there's an expectation that bathrooms and toilets and amenities are clean, they're well maintained, that there are basins that work, that there are energy efficient appliances. People notice that now. Baby change tables in both men and women's spaces. There are family rooms, and we are now focused on delivering a changing places amenity in each of our precincts as well. That's now, I wouldn't say there's a community expectation, but there's a community need, which is a bit different. Probably, and I would say 24-hour accessible, so able to, people want to be able to access bathrooms. They'd like them to be safe, well lit, easy to find. We're finding that many people say that they don't know where the bathrooms are, so we're spending a lot of time on wayfinding. And there's a place to sit that's nearby if they're waiting for family members or friends. That's a summary.
That's right. I was hesitating in case you had something to add before I asked my next question.
No, I think just support that. I guess our involvement is across a lot of different agencies and project types, so less in the detail. But I think the main comment I would make is that there's a lot of variety in the way that this is approached in different government agencies and local government, and that can lead to some disparity in the sort of quality of outcomes across different areas. Yeah.
There's also a specific recommendation around revising disability standards across legislative frameworks. Could you provide a bit more detail around what we need to be updating from a legislation point of view?
Probably not. No, like I'm not a lawyer, so I prefer. I'm happy to take that under advisement and come back to you on that. Sure. But I suppose our observation would be that there's not clarity on the requirements that developers or organisations are meant to deliver. So there's a misalignment at different levels, whether it's BCA or NCC or other guidelines that are given to organisations. So I think it's the lack of clarity that we're suggesting is revised across either toilet numbers. So, for example, we are providing minimum male and female toilets. So under the Building Code of Australia, you work out how many you need to provide. But we're, in addition to that, providing all gender, and the all gender toilets don't count towards the numbers you're meant to require under the BCA for male and female. And so we oversupply toilets. Now, many women here would probably say, well, that's a good thing because we're always waiting in a queue. But it's more money that's spent on providing toilets because there's no clarity on the numbers that are needed for all gender toilets.
Okay. I'd second that. Okay. Nothing further to add.
Thank you. You mentioned in your opening statement as well, you talked about sort of wayfinding for people to know if there needs to be a toilet and people need to know how to find it.
Yeah.
Do you have any recommendations for us in terms of what you would consider best practice?
Yes. So when you visit a public space, you'll notice that there are signs that tell you how to where to go. Now, the City of Sydney have really great signage where they will have amenities, and then to the right on that same sign they'll have a number of minutes to walk to a location. And so if you have a disability, if you are walking with a child, you know how far it is to go from one to either to the place you're going. So you know it's a 5-minute walk to the amenity. I would also say that you need to have signage at all decision-making points. You need to have signage that tells you what types of toilets. So if someone is looking for changing places, you need to know where that changing places is located. And I will say that in our recommendations, we also said that online resources need to be available that are tied to physical wayfinding as well, so that the two are synchronised. Well lit, clear, so also for those who maybe have a visual impairment, it's really important that all wayfinding is able to be accessed by the broadest range possible of people. So we are developing a wayfinding strategy that is aimed at being inclusive, and so we are integrating braille down the side, we're making sure it's well lit, we're making sure we have minutes on the signage, totems. I'm very happy to share our more detail on that when it's finalised.
Thank you. You're obviously putting a lot of thought and effort into the precincts that you're managing, and I suppose I have a broader question that you might not be able to answer. Right. But in terms of councils that are provided by private developers at shopping centres or by local councils in local parks in areas that are not as well trafficked as the Rocks, what can the state government do to better support those decision makers to adopt best practice?
Yeah, so one of the things that we do that I think is often done either by councils or other entities that are developing is we work with developers with their project delivery agreements or the contract, and what we do is we negotiate with them so that there's a public benefit delivery of, for example, trees or on the promenade or amenities, so family rooms, inclusive, accessible, male, female or gender, and changing places. And so we've done that with the developer of Harbourside and Cockle Bay, as well as in Harbour Park at Barangaroo. And so that entering into agreements with whoever is contributing or developing or investing in a community, and just being clear on what the expectations are, I think is extremely important. We find that there are a lot of different opinions around what a good amenity block is, or how many toilets you should have, or and often when a developer or a builder is building something, they don't have much money necessarily, or they might have a lot of money, but let's say they don't have much money. Councils don't have much money to invest in amenities. So the clearer you are from the beginning around expectations, the easier they can plan. So if they do a council-wide strategy on understanding where are the bathrooms, what condition are they in. So we have our amenity strategy. I'm really happy to share it with you. We did an audit of every single toilet in Darling Harbour and the Rocks. We looked at quality, we looked at how well it was maintained, we looked at whether it was done in the 80s or the 70s. We looked at how many toilets, we looked at basins, all of that. And so we're then able to strategically upgrade toilets that clearly needed it more than others. And so I would encourage other organisations and councils to do that same audit to understand where to best focus the funding.
I think in terms of a role that state government could play, some kind of simple practice note, sort of best practice note, could be within Department of Planning, with sufficient flexibility so that councils can adopt it and adapt it as they need to. That would just give a sort of guardrails or a roadmap for what councils could and should reasonably expect from VPAs with the private sector, or equally MOUs with state government. So, in my role, we see a lot of projects that come from different government agencies, and they often include MOUs with local councils to deliver things like public amenities, and the quality varies quite significantly, particularly in regards to things like safety and accessibility and signage, because I think they're considered so detailed that these big agreements are made and these kind of things slip through the cracks. So just a simple sort of 2-pager could make a really big difference, I think, with those arrangements.
Yeah, so for example, an amenities block might be delivered, but the path to it might not be.
Understood. We've had this question come up in the inquiry of design choices that are made to prevent vandalism or to provide safety that are often a strong preference of the council or the entity that has to maintain the toilet, but that then reduces amenity for the users of the toilet, and sort of ironically in some cases people feel quite unsafe because of those choices. Do you have a view on how we strike that balance?
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's a debate I have every single day. So essentially, when you hire a designer to come up with materials and you have low maintenance, the brief needs to say low maintenance, vandal resistant, etc. And there are many different materials that can be chosen that can be coated with a coating that's easy to clean. So as long as the brief has that in it, I think then the architect or designer or builder needs to come up with options for that bathroom. Yes, it's easy to go with all stainless steel. Yes, it's easy to say we need to be able to hose it out. The reality is a tile is very easy to clean, and a tile can be a nice tile, that makes a visitor feel that it's been thought about and that the space has been considered, or it can be a tile that is really not, is alienating. So I'll give you an example. There are some bathrooms in Darling Harbour, right near the Chinese Gardens of Friendship. Now, they were done in the early 80s, and you would think, it's time for an upgrade. And they're honestly in lollipop colours. They're completely, they're very, very vibrant. We assessed them, and they are very low maintenance. But they're tiles, but they use colour, and they use really simple other mechanisms to bring a sense of life and joy, but they're very easy to maintain.
One of the things we're working on at the moment is updates to the SEPTED guidelines, which have been in place since 2020. That's crime prevention through environmental design. They have 4 principles at the moment that are very much to do with protection. And the conversation that's underway at the moment is about introducing a new principle, which is around perceptions of safety. And so that's one way which is already underway, that government could look at ensuring you get that balance, which is really what it's about. So obviously you need a place to be safe, but it's true that, as you say, oftentimes systems put in place to create safety can actually make a place, give one the perception of it not being safe. So extremely bright lighting, for example, can then lead to areas immediately adjacent that are dark and poorly lit, and you have high contrast, and that can actually lead to a sense of lack of safety.
We have a document called the Women's Safety Strategy. So the Department of Transport, and I note that they're on this afternoon, they've got the Safer Cities program. It's a really great program, and under that they've done a lot of research and studies into what makes a place feel unsafe and what can we do to address that. And to Olivia's point, there are many things that can be done, and many of them are really simple. And it's about getting, for example, getting the lighting balance right so you don't have the starkness between, very, very dark and very, very bright. Even something as simple as a community mural. I know people may just think that that's a very basic thing. It makes a place feel well loved and maintained because the community have contributed to it. Maintenance, so ensuring that the amenities block is on the maintenance schedule is absolutely critical, and things are cleaned up and fixed quickly is essential, because otherwise you end up with that ongoing cycle of either vandalism or a feeling that people feel it's not well looked after, so I'm not going to go back there, so therefore no one visits it, so therefore no one uses it, and it's a cycle that is unending.
Thank you. Just before I go to other members of the committee, I just wanted to come back to the question of gender, which you touched on earlier, with the need to update the national standards. But I just wanted to ask, can you specifically clarify in your view what is best practice around
certainly.
gendering of toilets?
Yeah, sure. So our research and our observations would be that it's important that you have, what we recommend is male bathrooms, female bathrooms, all gender, and separate, inclusive, accessible. So women, there's a lot of evidence that's now showing that if you make all bathrooms all gender and the mixing of the male and female and all gender, that culturally, there are some people from cultural groups or older women who do not feel safe or don't feel comfortable using those bathrooms, and so they'd like their own female bathroom. And so we essentially ask for all of those categories, and we use the term all gender. The other recommendation I think that's embedded within this is that there's a clarity around graphics. So currently there's no graphic for all gender except for, say, the icon of a toilet icon. So that's what we're using because we've had feedback that the half female, half male is alienating.
Thank you. And just to clarify, so the feedback that you've had around groups that don't want to use all gender toilets, does that persist even when toilets are designed with the sort of single cubicle design as opposed to sort of the old style toilet block where you've got a sort of a shared public space behind a windy corridor?
Great question. And I note that I'm in Parliament, so I've got to be careful about how I express this. There's a difference in... sometimes there's a difference in how men and women will use a toilet, and so sometimes there are, I think you'll see from the submissions you received, sometimes there's a perception that men don't leave the cubicle as clean as others, so women don't like to use those ones. That's what we have heard. And I saw in some of your submissions the opposite is also true.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have anything to add?
So probably have a slightly different view.
Yeah.
I think that the introduction of all gender toilets is really critical. My daughter uses the women's toilet and she's quite comfortable doing that to a degree, but she won't speak when she's in a women's toilet. Her voice is quite low and she worries that she can come across as being a man in a woman's toilet. She doesn't want to cause people distress or confusion. So her starting point with that is about not causing distress and confusion for other people. But obviously she also feels anxious about it and scared because she doesn't know what the possible reaction to that might be. So when there is an all-gender toilet, she will always use that one. And the other thing I would say is it literally puts a smile on her face. So I think the inclusion of, and that change is a very important one for this group of our society. In terms of whether that should be all toilets, I think a lot of people in the transgender community would be, or the LGBTQI plus community would prefer that. I think that there is probably a midway point which keeps the majority of people with a place that they feel safe that they can go. I think the other thing that gets discussed a lot is we already have gender neutral accessible toilets, and I think the two sides to that I would add is every time that toilet is used by someone who doesn't actually need it, it's less available for the people that really do. I think that's a very important consideration. But the other thing is if you're not someone that needs an accessible toilet and the way that we arrange things requires you to use that toilet to feel safe, I think we need to think about the legibility and the impacts of that on people. And I suppose it's the gradual load of these things over time. They're all small, but they add up.
And I think Olivia has very eloquently explained why it's really important to have all of those categories of bathroom so that there's choice and so that there's a sense of safety for all people who would like to use those bathrooms. And that is the feedback that we have had from members of the community.
Thank you. I might go to other members of the committee. Mrs. McDonald.
Thank you. I was just wondering how Placemaking New South Wales and the department are collaborating to ensure, say, toilet infrastructure is embedded in the early stages of planning and urban design?
That's a great question. I think an example of how we are collaborating is ensuring that in the earliest planning processes, so for example, a rezoning package for Bays West, for example, we are working with the department to ensure that we are factoring in the provision of family rooms changing places and an inclusive approach to the delivery of amenities. So it's talked about in the early planning documents and therefore needs to be followed through all the way through to detail.
Thank you. I think from a broader department point of view, I can probably speak more to government architects. So as I mentioned, we're often involved in reviewing sort of design quality of larger projects, and I would say that that's one of the elements that comes up, where it needs to in terms of supporting or providing advice around different approaches to lift the quality. I think it's a challenging area actually, because certainly at state level you're seeing projects that are at quite an early stage of development, and there's a lot of detailed design that comes later. So that's where sort of other levels of guidance could potentially be really useful.
Thank you. And placemaking has an amenities strategy, yes, and it includes a strong emphasis on design. How are principles of, say, accessibility, gender inclusivity and dignity being standardised or not being standardised?
That is a very good question. I would say they're probably not being standardised, except where we're able to give that direct feedback to those delivering it. So at placemaking, there are a broad range of amenities being built, or upgraded. Some we are doing that capital improvement work. In other situations, it's other organisations who are delivering it. So in our amenities strategy, it's very principles-based, but there are actions or recommendations for our own amenities that we know we can deliver. So, for example, the example I gave with the icon for the all-gender toilet, that, for example, is now something that we are able to deliver on specific projects we're building, and then we can recommend it to other entities who are delivering on our behalf. But it can be difficult to make sure it is actually built, because we can give the recommendation, but it's not always followed through, because we don't have that responsibility or that remit.
Okay. Just sort of following on from that, how do you ensure that, say, public toilet provision is equitable across different communities, not just in the high traffic areas or the tourist areas, if you like?
Yeah, so in placemakings, so that's a really good question. So for us, it's probably an art, not a science. And I would say that in our audit, what we've done is we've looked at where do we have existing toilets. So, you'll note that many of the buildings we have are, they're very, very historic buildings. So, there've been public toilets there for a long time. So we have a pissoir, for example, from what year is it, 1870. We don't count that in our amenities count, by the way, because it's sort of usable. But what we do is we look at, we've got a principle of bathrooms every 400 metres, and we've mapped where are they, where do we not have any, and then we've looked at where are the opportunities for us to deliver a bathroom, and because it's very dense city fabric, building fabric, we're not able to just go and build a toilet block in the middle of Darling Harbour. So what we do then is we look at, well, where are the future opportunities where we can partner with an organisation to deliver public toilets in 5 or 10 years' time. And so that's how we've got Cockle Bay development delivering public amenities, Harbourside delivering public amenities, and so on. So we're trying to do it in a staged and strategic approach to ensure that there aren't holes in the map, I suppose.
Thank you.
We're not as close to projects as that, but generally we would be providing advice around ensuring that there's a reasonable spread where we're involved. It's very much to local councils, I would say, and I'm sure you're talking to a range of councils. Yeah.
And just when you're looking at, say, future and you're also looking at, I think, sort of design modernisation as well as, say, the heritage of what's already there. How do you balance that?
It's super challenging. So in the rocks, as you know, it's steep. We've got cobblestones. It's not super easy for anyone with a physical disability to access many of the toilets. An example of that is, say, Well Courtyard toilet. So that's right in the middle of, that's just off Suez Canal. That is not accessible, and we know that that's not accessible. So we then made sure that the next bathrooms we focused on were not so far away, but they are much more accessible. And so I suppose what we do is we take that kind of balanced approach. We know we can't go and fill in the cobbles and take away from the character and the richness of the rocks, but we know there are other areas in the rocks where we can focus our investment to improve and update bathrooms. An example of that is we're looking to upgrade the bathrooms in the Rock Centre, which again is only 1 block from that Well Courtyard example I showed you, and I talked about, sorry. And that is an accessible bathroom and is easy for people, will be easy for people to find once we upgrade the wayfinding.
Yeah, I think that broader strategic approach is really important.
And then also just as another, when you've done, say, an upgrade or built a new facility, with your community response, have you seen that there's an improved, say, public trust and use of those shared spaces?
I'm really happy you asked that question, because as part of our women's safety project, a year and a half ago when we had our first community engagement workshop, we call it, we got a lot of feedback about lighting and bathrooms. And in the year since, we've spent money on upgrading the lighting, and we've spent money updating amenities in Nurses Walk. And then only 3 weeks ago, we took these same women, girls and gender diverse people back through those spaces, and we said, how does it feel now? What do you see? And we assessed essentially the success of these measures, and universally it was very, very positively received. The bathrooms people were very, very happy to see upgraded bathrooms, very, very happy to see upgraded lighting, and so that's really given us great encouragement to keep going on the program.
Thank you. And I'll just ask one more question. It's probably the question I should have started with instead of finishing with. But how can toilets be better integrated as positive public infrastructure rather than being hidden or poorly maintained?
Another great question. So a couple of things. The first one is we've really got to make sure that public amenities are not hidden at the back of long corridors. They need to have a sense of public address, and they need to be easily found and seen by members of the public. That's not only a SEPTED issue, it's also just a dignity issue. And so for us, the idea of designing with dignity and designing places where all people feel welcome is of utmost importance. And so when you co-locate amenities like a family room, an inclusive accessible room, a changing places bathroom, and male, female and all gender, well, you've actually got this sense that this is a public facility. This is a civic, I think it's a civic commitment to the public. And so when you have that sense of, and it's well designed and it's nice, it doesn't have to be, the finishes don't have to be expensive for it to be nice. They really don't. It just needs to look cared for and be well considered and well designed and have a sense of address, and then people will use it and then they talk. So what you find is people come back, they say, you know what, it was easy for me to find the bathroom. I know how to get there. And they come back to the precincts, and we do know that people come back when you have really high quality amenities and you have seating and you have shade and all of those things that make a place really great.
I think all I'd add to that is actually New South Wales is quite good at this. We all have our favourite designer, Lou, or maybe it's just the architect in me. But
that's true.
they are little mini civic projects, and particularly when you're in a public space, I think good natural light, great natural ventilation, and co-located with places to gather. That thing that we're seeing a lot now, where the place where you wash your hands is actually separate, so you can kind of separate out the different things. They're often designed so that at night they actually operate as a light, sort of a lantern to the broader environment. So I think there's great examples out there that we can point to. It's actually not that hard. It just takes a bit of care.
Yeah. And on land that we manage, Ballast Point Park is a great example of an amenities block that's very much like Olivia describes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think after all the work we've done, I think everyone in this room has a favourite loo at this point.
Oh, good. We'd love to hear more. So.
I wonder if you're all dying to go to the loo after these conversations.
I'll go to our committee members online. Mr. Lawrence.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the witnesses for your evidence and attendance. It's really appreciated. Just a question firstly about placemaking. In the areas that are under your responsibility, do you supplant local government as the authority there for the management of public spaces, provision of loos and so forth?
Yes, we do. We do, yes, with a landowner.
Okay. Yeah. So you don't sort of merely direct them or give strategic guidance in what they do. You actually are the authority those areas.
That's right. Except for development consent for projects under $10 million, that consent. So we are still the landowner, but the consent goes to City of Sydney.
Right, okay, thank you. In terms of public toilets in the areas that you manage, is there any public toilets in those areas that are just the traditional male-female toilet where people are effectively sharing public space and using cubicles inside shared space?
Yes. In the Rock Centre. In fact, almost all of them, except for... and in fact, Piermont Bridge East. So may be surprised to know that there are amenities in the abutment to Piermont Bridge, and we are currently. Yeah, I know, it's kind of cool. The bathrooms we're about to upgrade in Piermont Bridge East. I think we're able to get in 2 all gender. But because of the structure of the sandstone abutment structure, it's quite difficult to achieve, I suppose, a more flexible arrangement. Another example, so Rock Centre is currently still male, female and inclusive accessible. Well Courtyard, but I don't think I'd use that one as best practice because it's still, I think, from 1965. We've just put in new bathrooms underneath 66 Harrington. So slowly but surely, we've got male, female, all gender, inclusive, accessible.
Do you have any that are still just male, female, shared public space because you haven't got around to adding additional cubicles?
Yeah, Rock Centre.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in your strategy...
And in the old Pancakes at the Rocks, in that old building... You might remember that in that beautiful old building on George Street. So there are some hidden... Yeah. This is a great example of public toilets that, frankly, no one would know they're public toilets. You have to go down half a level and down a corridor, and there are male, female there. Yeah.
With your public toilets where you have single-use cubicles, what's the formula for male, female, all gender?
Great question.
Like, do you have a rule of thumb?
Yeah, I do. I use my own. So you deliver the male at the moment because of the way the BCA is. You have to deliver the number of female and the number of male per BCA. So let's say in 66 Harrington, that's 2 female, 2 male. And we've added 1 extra all gender. So you have 5 toilets in total. So it's an art, not a science. It's kind of, ideally, I'd like 2-2-2. So it's 30%, 30%, I think is about right. Mm-hmm. But again, because we don't have the guidance, it's again gut reaction, which is to kind of try to make it as even as you can. But it's not super easy when you don't have much space. And I'm happy to follow up with what we're trying to do at Brock Centre when we upgrade. So when we get more advice from the BCA consultant.
And would I be right in thinking that placemaking might well be assisted by an overall statewide policy that was flexible enough to apply across the state, but provided guidance on formulas and calculations that relate to usage and provision and so forth?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
We would very much love some guidance on this, yeah. And we'd like some clarity around the provision of all gender. We'd like to ensure that we don't have to kind of fudge the numbers to make it work. We want it to be a desire to have all gender bathrooms.
In the context of cubicles, the single-use cubicle accessible from public space, and I've asked this question of quite a few witnesses, apart from the consideration that you referred to before about men being more messy than women,
and some women are too, just to be clear.
And some women, I'm sure, are. We all vary. But apart from that consideration, and not suggesting that doesn't have any weight, but apart from that consideration, are you aware of any other material relevant consideration that would speak to single-use cubicles not being all gender or unisex?
Yeah, and I'm very happy. I will share our amenity strategy with you because there are definitely some footnotes. There is information in here around research that's been undertaken, I believe, by the City of Sydney and also an organisation in London that culturally, there's some groups, older people and people from other cultural backgrounds. There's a comfort with having the individual, but I think it's in the mixing of putting them. It's going to sound so odd to say this, but there's just a preference to have the private space for hand washing separate for some groups. So again, I think that with the most recent bathrooms we've provided, we do have individual cubicles with hand wash basins within them, and that's working really well. And so I think over time we're going to see how that goes. I think it's a good model. I think one rule doesn't fit all, and I think that there needs to be a little bit of flexibility because I think you'll find that, I don't know what you heard from your councils, but there just might be other community groups that have a preference for more private bathrooms rather than individual cubicles. I'm not sure, but that's I've heard anecdotally about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about, just to be clear. So I'm talking about your single-use cubicle accessible from public space, so you're not going into a shared public space at any time. In that context, so the universal design, etc., is there any reason apart from the mess issue that they shouldn't be all gender?
Yeah, it's cost. It's because I think it's the space that it takes up to have an individual basin with the toilet and what you need to provide for the numbers under the BCA.
Could be resolved with changes to the BCA.
That's right,
or
thank you,
NCC
Olivia.
rather.
NCC. So, look, I think that if there's clarification around the rules and best practice guidelines that are given, a lot of this stuff can be resolved.
So the BCA, does that require that where you've got the single-use cubicle, so you're not sharing the public space, that there still be male, female?
Basically, it sets with the National Construction Code, NCC, sets numbers, so male and female. And at the moment, if you want to provide an all-gender cubicle, then that needs to be in addition to the numbers for men and women.
Yeah.
So
Okay, that's really
I think
interesting.
essentially they are reviewing this at the moment,
Yeah.
and I understand it hasn't gone into the 2025 amendments, which is a pity, because it really does require, it's like a few words need to change in the wording, and then that would be opened up, and that would mean you're not kind of double dipping, if you like.
Which is why I was explaining that we do our numbers are based on male, female, and we end up needing to add the all gender. But as Olivia says, with some amendments and updates to code, then we won't have to build additional toilets. It would actually, the numbers would balance, you'd balance out. And it ends up being a cost to developers or a cost to government agencies who are delivering the bathrooms, and it's more toilets to clean. And
It's really interesting. I wasn't aware that had that effect, even in respect of single-use cubicles. That's really interesting.
That's
because
right.
it's the pan, so you get pan numbers and you get basin numbers as well.
Yeah, interesting. So one of the concerns that's been expressed, and I was having a bit of an exchange online last night online with a councillor from a regional council. One of the concerns that's been expressed when people start talking about all gender toilets is that, someone's going to make a recommendation that even in respect of toilets that are the traditional male, female, blue, where you're sharing public space, that they would become all gender. And I think that, I can see problems with that in terms of certain cultural groups in particular, where gender segregation is very well practiced, and there might be real concerns about safety, but not just safety. I think cultural factors in those cultures where genders are pretty strictly segregated.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of your recommendation and this move towards all gender, is that more in the context of single-use cubicles rather than your old-style public toilet where you're going in and sharing public space?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, I thought
or it's in addition to.
That's right. Yeah. So in the context either of single-use cubicles, where there wouldn't seem to be too many reasons why you might not want to share the genders in there, or a situation where there's both, basically. So you might have the old school, and then you've added some cubicles.
That's right.
Exactly.
Exactly right. But
that's really helpful. Thank you.
And it's I just wanted to add, it's also really important that the accessible inclusive doesn't, to the point Olivia made earlier, doesn't take the place of the all gender toilets. So the accessible toilet is still its own bathroom.
And that's really important, obviously, in terms of disability,
absolutely,
inclusivity and use. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks so much for your evidence.
Pleasure.
It's really appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's my questions, Chair.
That's all right. I haven't got any more questions. Is there anything else that you'd like to elaborate on in more detail that you'd like to add that we haven't specifically asked about?
I think we've covered a lot of it. I'm very happy to share our amenity strategy with you, or anything else that would benefit you, because as Olivia said earlier, this is such an important inquiry that you're undertaking, and we feel so privileged to be here because it just benefits so many members of the community, and it's not before time, and public toilets are so important.
I think we'll end there.
Thank you for your enthusiasm and for taking the time to share your expertise today. I think there were a couple of questions that you took on notice towards the start, and there may be supplementary questions from the committee as well. So the Secretary will be in touch with you about those.
Very happy to.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
And we'll break for afternoon tea.
Thanks, everyone.
on the wall slightly behind. Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for making the time to give evidence to the inquiry. Could we please start with your name and position title and take either the oath or the affirmation?
Scott Greeno. I'm the Executive Director of the Freight Team at Transport for New South Wales. And the oath. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Hello, my name is Hayden Donoghue. I'm the Executive Director of Suburban Services for Sydney Trains. Affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Do you have a short opening statement?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
So thank you for inviting us to appear before the committee today. Transport for New South Wales and Sydney Trains acknowledge that access to toilets is a fundamental factor in ensuring our customers have a quality, safe and positive experience travelling on the state's road and public transport networks. Our agencies have a range of programs in place which encompass the provision, improvement and maintenance of bathroom facilities across these vast networks, from upgrading heavy vehicle rest stops to improving the accessibility of train stations. To this end, Transport is investing $547.5 million over 4 years through the Safe Accessible Transport program to deliver accessibility upgrades at train stations, including new and upgraded toilets. $80 million is set aside for a new truck stop in Western Sydney, which will deliver critically needed toilet facilities within the Sydney Basin for heavy vehicle drivers. $28.6 million for the Heavy Vehicle Rest Area program. $11.9 million being invested in the Heavy Vehicle Minor Works program, $5 million in 2024-25 to plan and deliver improvements to existing heavy vehicle rest areas, and $18 million over 3 years to upgrade dedicated bus driver facilities. Due to the vast scale and age of some assets which make up the state's transport networks, Transport and Sydney Trains acknowledge that many of the toilets across the network do not meet modern standards. We will continue to progressively deliver improvements for our customers. As the Executive Director of Freight at Transport, my role is focused on delivering a safe and efficient freight network across New South Wales. This includes the development of a rest area strategy to deliver new and upgraded heavy vehicle rest stops that meet customer needs across the network, including the provision of toilets where appropriate. My colleague, Hayden Donoghue's role focuses on providing safe, clean and reliable passenger services across the Sydney Trains suburban network, including the operations, cleaning and maintenance of toilets throughout all Sydney Trains, intercity and New South Wales train stations. Thank you again for having us here. We look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that outline of the work you're already doing. I might start off with a few of my own questions. If you've been following the inquiry, I'm sure you're aware we've received a large volume of evidence about people's experiences of public toilets that are part of the transport network, particularly toilets at suburban train stations. There's a very common complaint about toilets being locked or inaccessible when people need to use them. Can you talk us through how that decision gets made? What are the factors that you're taking into account?
Of course, thank you, Chair. So typically our station bathrooms are accessible whilst there are staff on site. So for our single person stations, which are usually, as I've sort of referred to, resourced by 1 or 2 people, those bathrooms are open from 0600 in the morning to 1900 in the evening. And for our bigger sort of flagship stations, Central, Redfern, Wynyard, Town Hall, a lot of those bathrooms are open 7 days a week. And I should say, for those smaller stations, they're often not staffed on the weekends. So, and I too have seen a number of those complaints coming through, usually outside those times. Very, very rarely would we lock off a bathroom inside those times. It would only be if there is a problem with that toilet, either from vandalism or it could have some other mechanical issues, which we would normally rectify within hours.
And so what are the specific concerns that you're trying to address by locking that bathroom when the staff aren't there?
Yeah, primarily to ensure those facilities are properly cleaned, that they are they work to their intended purpose, so there's not any vandalism, and also refreshing various items like, for example, toilet paper, ensuring bins are cleaned, soap and those sort of items too, which would be very hard to resource outside those hours.
There's also a similar complaint about the location of public toilets in train stations, so specifically that they're often located inside the gates. So for someone who may not be a customer but who might urgently need to access the toilet that they're essentially being required to pay to access, is there a framework around how the location is determined?
Yes, there is. So there is. We will put our bathrooms behind gate lines where practical, to avoid damage to the bathrooms. We find having those bathrooms behind gate lines does actively improve the condition of the bathrooms, both from the cleanliness perspective, but also from damage free. However, I will say that the direction, and I double checked on this, and I should say the station staff are all ultimately under the area which I proudly lead. If someone asks to use the bathrooms, they will be let through the gate line with a click, and they won't have to pay. If people do use their card, they're able to enter the station, and as long as they come back out through that same gate line, not the exact same gate, but the gate line, within 30 minutes, they won't be charged on their Opal card or their credit card.
Thank you, that's helpful. So we've also had the suggestion from a number of different witnesses actually about the opportunity that train stations provide for the state government. This committee is looking for ways to improve accessibility of public toilets across the state. So the suggestion has been put to us that train stations be used as because they're already widespread, they could be consistent for the public to have a toilet that could be accessed for the public, not just for your customers. What other things do we need to be considering if that's a recommendation that we're going to progress? What work do we need to do, or what support would you need?
So in terms of the toilets being accessible outside those hours, I think we would need to consider that one would expect, and certainly the evidence from my team would be that would be more significant damage to those toilets, potentially. So in terms of funding to keep the toilets operational for everyone, to your question, Chair, about whether they be passengers or whether they be members of the public, that would be one consideration, and also regular interventions by cleaners outside those times. So toilets at our single-person stations are the responsibility of the staff member on duty at that time. At our bigger stations, we have a combination of contract cleaners, but the majority of our sites are cleaned by in-house cleaners. So that's another strong consideration that we need to have. I think security also, we do have a number of, in fact we have over 13,400 security cameras around stations. I think that would be a point of consideration as well. The majority of people use toilets for the purpose in which they're intended, but some don't.
Thank you, that's helpful. Might go to Mrs McDonald.
Thank you. I only have, do you collaborate with local councils, and we just heard from another witness, Placemaking New South Wales or other agencies, to support broader toilet access? And I know you've just answered that question, but
that's a good question. I might defer to Scott in terms of more broadly around stations. I have to take that on notice, Deputy Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. In relation to rest stops, then there is coordination between and collaboration between Transport for New South Wales and councils. So there are, on behalf of Transport for New South Wales, councils often do the maintenance and cleaning, etc. for those locations. And there are also rest stops that are provided on the local road network as well that Transport provide advice where required for councils on those.
So do you think then a statewide public toilet strategy would support consistency and service delivery in that context of my previous question?
The existence of a statewide strategy or the approach to do that is probably a matter for government to consider. However, benefits of that, of consistency and provision of a So a consistent service would be of value.
Mm-hmm. And at the moment, what measures are in place to ensure toilets at the stations are safe, clean, and regularly maintained?
Yeah, thank you. So whether it be, as I mentioned earlier, whether it be our own staff that do the cleaning or whether it be our contract cleaners, toilets during peak, which is obviously our most busiest time, 6 to 10 and then 3 to 7 in the afternoon, are checked approximately for half an hour to an hour. And then outside of that, depending, it could be a little less frequent, between an hour every 2 hours. So that's our key measure in terms of having someone go check the bathrooms. We also do receive customer feedback, of course, if things aren't in order, and encourage that. So they're the sort of two mechanisms in terms of how we get feedback directly. We also have a customer experience program, which does a range of things from surveys through to interviews and then through to full assessments of locations as well, which I will say is hardly fought by the local stations team to be at the top of that tree. So they're those three methods.
And so that survey wouldn't just cover toilets, though; it would cover just the experience whilst a person is at that station, and it might include if that person has gone to the public toilet.
There is a question, Deputy Chair, in all of those three formats about whether the toilets are used. In fact, we know from that statistically that 1 in 30 people use a bathroom every time they travel.
Yeah.
The stats, of course, can be cut different ways, but it's very, very significant.
And accessibility to toilets, I suppose in your newer stations, you can take into consideration access for disabled
Yes.
and things like that. But what are you doing retrospectively for the older stations?
Yeah, thank you. There is a program that's now called the Safe Accessible Transport Program, and that's delivered 61 stations from 2019 to 2024. And typically, when it comes to toilets, those stations are then refurbished to have 4 bathrooms, a male bathroom. The aim is always to make those supersized, so they then are able to hold, if there's a child with a person or if there's a pram or something like that, they can contain that. 1 female, 1 male, 1 all gender, and also 1 that's accessible, which is also all gender. And the majority of those all gender will also have a fold down baby change table as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I might go to Mr. Diadam.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. In terms of the road network, we've had some evidence brought forward to this committee about how important petrol stations are in terms of road users being able to access toilet facilities. Is there any, I suppose, work being done in relation to ensuring that those stations are available for road users, and that there's some kind of minimum standards in terms of the cleanliness and accessibility of toilets in petrol stations?
Thank you for the question. There is a number of highway service centres that Transport for New South Wales has engaged with private organisations, typically fuel suppliers, to provide those facilities, and they're owned, operated and maintained by the provider. However, the engagement with Transport for New South Wales enables us to continue to advocate for the cleanliness and maintenance of those facilities. There are also, it is fair to say, 25 rest stops that have, with 6 of those having accessible toilets across the network as well. So feedback that we get frequently from heavy vehicle drivers is that the provision of toilets is extremely beneficial, but the cleanliness and maintenance of those toilets is also a very high priority for them. So something that we advocate strongly for with our own work programs to maintain those provided by Transport for New South Wales, but also with those others on the network, such as those provided by private operators as well.
Do you have any regulatory authority over service stations?
No. Transport for New South Wales doesn't. With the highway service centres, there is some contractual agreements with the provision of their services, but not regulatory controls over the service stations themselves.
So the siting of service stations, the number of service stations, the overall sort of stewardship of the road network for users, Transport New South Wales has no actual authority to regulate that or control in some way where and how many there are.
Yeah, I'm happy to take the question on notice. However, where any development like that interacts with the state road network, then Transport for New South Wales has some interactions with the development process and the approval process. However, the location of or planning of is less of a role for Transport, more the impact on the road network itself, accessing
so can I ask,
addressing.
Does Transport play, or is it playing a role in the rollout and siting of recharging stations with a conversion to electric vehicles?
I'll have to take the question on notice. Apologies. It's a part that is outside of my expertise, but there is certainly a view across governments of moving towards being able to provide access for charging infrastructure across the network in a way that allows the movement of, or the transition of industry from diesel-powered vehicles across to zero-emissions vehicles, and part of that is around the charging infrastructure across the network.
I suppose where I'm getting at is, obviously, if we're starting to think about a different form of service network for vehicles in our road system, perhaps this is an opportunity to start thinking about the support facilities that might be made available for drivers, particularly for those travelling distances, and maybe, there may be an avenue there for some integrated planning between the need for toilets and, of course, the need for an expanded recharging system across the network. Okay, thanks for that. I wanted to ask about station toilets, just in terms of whether there's some benchmark standard in terms of hygiene that's applied. Well, there seems to be very little in the way of specific guidance on, how frequently toilets are cleaned, to what standard, things like how frequently floors should be mopped, pans cleaned, seats wiped, stalls wiped down, like those kind of, I'm assuming those conditions where cleaning is contracted out, those things are specified in a cleaning contract. If you're delivering that service internally, there must be some guidance. I suppose I just wanted to get a sense of how you arrive at the cleanliness standards that are being applied in station toilets.
Yeah, Mr. Dowdham, so the standards have been built over a long period of time, and because we have the active measurement of our CXMP program and also direct customer feedback with it be through 131 500, Transport Info or ministerials, a range of those things, we've adapted how we clean. So my understanding, and I will double check, is that we don't have a particular standard that we draw down from an Australian standard in terms of cleanliness. We base that upon customer feedback over a long period of time.
Right. Can I ask about consumables? Is it a consistent standard across the network of soap, drying facilities, types of toilet paper? Is there different contingencies that need to be taken account of because of site-specific factors?
Thank you. I'm happy to talk to a level of detail. If it's not enough, I'll certainly get you some more information. We procure our cleaning products and also our soap and toilet paper centrally for the network. There might be some regional areas perhaps where we don't, but certainly from a metropolitan area where we use the bulk of those items, that's all procured centrally, and very strict regime of what sort of products can be used. So, for example, bleach products are prohibited in the cleaning process. While they might be fabulous in terms of getting a shine and a white, they're not good for the environment, and also not good for people's health, so they're not used, for example.
What about sanitary bins? Are they universally available in toilets and stations?
So there's 160 what I would call Sydney Trains bathrooms, or for the suburban network. 99% of those have sanitary bins and also have sharps repositories as well.
Okay, thanks. What about benchmarks for rectification? So if stall locks are broken, if other fittings are missing, or there's damage to the flushing system, what's the kind of benchmark in terms of having a stall out of action? What do you aim for in terms of trying to get that rectified?
So when it is depending on how many stalls or individual bathrooms there are at a station, that can be as a matter of trying to get it sorted out on the day or the next day. When it comes to accessible toilets at a location where there isn't any supplementary bathrooms available, there should be a replacement bathroom or endeavour to have it installed on the same day.
Right. So you don't think there would be instances where a stall would be out of order for more than a 28 to 48 hour period?
So unfortunately there has been, Mr. Diadam. That's not our endeavour, but there has been occasions.
Right, okay. I think that's pretty much all I've got in terms of questions, Chair.
That's all right. I might pick up on some of your lines of questioning. Particularly the sort of the need for potentially additional cleaning staff or an additional cleaning contract for out of hours. I suppose, I imagine this is going to be taken on notice, but do you have a sense of what that quantum would be across your Sydney suburban stations if we were going to look at doing that?
I'd have to come back to you with detailed figures. But I would have to come back with detailed figures. But it would be sizable investment, particularly if we were to extend cleaning for what is the 11 hours at single person stations. There would be quite a considerable cost in ensuring that cleaning would be covered, particularly where there's only one or two toilets too. So the cleaning contractor or our own staff would be travelling to those locations to clean 1, 2, 3, or at most 4. In the example I gave earlier, where the Safe Accessible Transport program uplifts the capacity of toilets at those locations. So I'd have to come back to you with detailed figures, Chair.
Thank you. That's all right. I also had a follow-up question. You said that 99% of your toilets have sanitary bins in shops, and I'm really pleased to hear that's a majority. What are the barriers to that not being 100%?
Yeah, my understanding is the size of the cubicle itself. So some of our older bathrooms themselves wouldn't meet current standards in terms of length, breadth, depth, etc. And putting a bin in is quite difficult to fit that bin in. Okay,
thank you. Yeah. And my colleague, Mr. Diadam, asked a series of detailed questions about sort of what guides your cleaning schedules, but also the sort of consumables that you're required to provide. Is there any kind of framework about design? If a new station is built or if a station is remodelled, how is the design of the toilets determined?
Yeah, there is, and I'll talk high level if that's okay, Chair. If there's any more detail required, I will obtain that for you. But first we look at national standards, state standards, transport standards that cover the entire range of whether we're trying to ensuring that our toilets are fit for gender, also fit for accessibility as well. So there are a range of standards. And of course, each new set of toilets that are built or refurbished then meet the highest standard required. And that's how we address that. But in terms of the particular standards numbers, I would have to get taken on
no
notice.
worries. So my follow-up question, I imagine, is about to get taken on notice. Are suburban train stations covered under the National Construction Code? So are those the requirements for toilets that you're talking about, or is there some kind of separate standard for design in a train station?
I'll have to take that on notice, Chair.
No problem.
Thank you.
That's all right. I also wanted to ask about the Mr. Greeno, about the partnerships with the private providers for roadside stops. It's a very interesting precedent to hear about, because we've also had a number of suggestions about how government could engage with private providers in very different contexts, like shopping centres and other private facilities where there might not be space to build new public toilets. So I'm interested in what that sort of what that agreement covers and how long that's been in place.
Thank you. The agreements are primarily around highway service centres. So for the provision of rest areas, it focuses very predominantly on the ability for heavy vehicle drivers to manage their fatigue as they move through the network. Services that typically would feature in a highway service centre that don't feature at other rest stops under the in alignment with the Ausroads guide are things like fuel, food, toilets. Often highway service centres will have meal rooms where drivers can access cooking facilities, etc., for their own use. They typically come with the ability for those operators and as I said, usually fuel suppliers to be able to have product services open to both heavy and light vehicles where there's a commercial outcome for them to be able to sell both fuel and food and other services for all of the passers-by. But the provision why Transport for New South Wales enters into those agreements is to then ensure that there is adequate services for heavy vehicle drivers as well in those locations, given the complexity and difficulty of being able to park a heavy vehicle and find access to those services in local communities or in more remote and rural areas, regional areas.
Okay, and so is that an agreement at the time that a station is built in terms of physical infrastructure, or is this something like an ongoing contribution to the cost of running the centre?
There can be multiple commercial approaches, and happy to take on notice to provide more detail if required. But they usually revolve around a provision of or access to land in the road corridor that Transport for New South Wales owns, and that then is made available under a commercial agreement for the development of a highway service centre and operation of a highway service centre with some commercial arrangement between the operator and Transport for New South Wales.
Okay. I appreciate this may need to be taken on notice as well, but returning to the issue of operating hours, and this is obviously one of the issues at the suburban train stations, that there are some people needing access to things at hours where it's not seen as viable or not typically staffed. Is that the same issue that you have with heavy vehicle rest stations?
Typically no. Heavy vehicle operations highway service centres generally are a 24/7 style operation. Heavy vehicle operations, particularly on long haul routes, is something that you'll see 24/7 operation and sometimes increased operation at night as goods move while light vehicles aren't on the road to the same degree. The rest stops that are unattended, then they tend to have their toilets and facilities unlocked and freely available at all times.
Okay. And for light vehicles travelling long distances, we've had a lot of evidence about people from rural and remote areas travelling a long way for healthcare, for example. So these are often people who've also got disability or other accessibility needs. What do you think the options are for us to support more accessible facilities on motorways?
Thank you for the question. There are a number of accessible toilets on the network at the moment. I'll just get the exact figure for you. So Transport manages 571 toilets at 194 rest stops. There are 325 of those toilets are accessible at 107 rest stops. So there are a presence of accessible toilets at rest stops. Mm-hmm. However, as there are improvement opportunities and programs to increase or increase the number of or improve the facilities at locations, then those improvements and treatments are done to meet the standard of the day, including the requirement for accessibility as well.
Okay, thank you. It's not a road that I use frequently because I live down in Albury-Wodonga, but we've received a number of complaints about the M1, particularly, that the standard of toilets along the M1 aren't the standard that the community expects. Is that something that's already come across your desk?
It hasn't been raised to me. It doesn't mean it hasn't been reported to the organisation, so I would have to take that on notice.
Yeah, no problem. Happy for you to take it on notice. Okay. I might go back to my colleagues on WebEx. Have you got questions, Mr. Lawrence?
Chair, I do have a couple of questions, but I just note that I've had to rejoin the hearing not having heard any of the evidence to date, so please forgive and excuse me if the questions I asked have already been asked.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Look, I just wanted to ask, in what circumstances does Transport provide traditional style public toilets where customers are sharing sort of a shared public space, maybe with a number of cubicles, as opposed to the more modern universal design, single-use cubicle accessible from public space? Have most of your facilities now moved to the latter, or do you still provide some of the former? And what's the policy position in respect of future construction?
Yeah, I'll pass to my colleague in a moment in case he has some additional to add. Certainly from a rest stop point of view, I don't have the exact detail in front of me and happy to provide on notice. However, certainly my observation is that the commentary around the latter being the most predominant is the case. So primarily it's around single cubicles for, and wherever possible, all gender provision for toilets.
Yeah. And do you have a... Oh, sorry, excuse me. Was there something to add?
I was going to say, Mr. Lawrence, it's similarly at train stations. So there are still, for example, big stations, Town Hall is an example, Redfern, also Central, have a combination of both, with predominantly being the former. So substantial number of stalls inside a gender-specific area. And then our newer station upgrades, including Wynyard, I'm not sure if anyone's been there, are single toilets. In fact, Wynyard's largely gender neutral.
Yeah. So in respect of maybe your higher volume train stations, do you find that the former sometimes has to be done even in new constructions because of space constraints? Or do you generally find that in new constructions you can do the latter, the modern style, almost invariably?
So the endeavour is for the latter. However, the latest build at Central, which was part of the the north-south walk, etc., did include the more traditional version of stalls inside a gender-specific area, plus some gender-neutral stalls as well.
Yeah. So was that on account of space constraints because you're dealing with a limited space as compared to a park or whatever?
I will confirm that for you. I'll take that on notice, but that's my understanding.
Yeah. And what's the policy in terms of single-use cubicles? Would you normally designate some male, some female, some unisex? Is that what you mean by all gender?
Yes.
Or do you have them all unisex?
No. So typically we've since 2019 to 2024, we've upgraded 64 stations around the network. Waitara is an example, Torella, Normanhurst are examples where typically we would aim to have 4 separate cubicles, 1 male, 1 female, 1 all gender, and 1 accessible, which also would have a baby change facility, but would also be designated gender neutral.
Right. Okay. And when you have a male accessible single-use cubicle as compared to a female, how do they vary in terms of design and stuff? Are they basically the same, or is there some differences? Obviously, the ones with change facilities are different. But in terms of the standard...
Oh, sorry, Mr. Lawrence, yeah.
Yeah, just in terms of the standard male, standard female, are they the same or do they differ in some design respects?
So I will have to take that on notice. My understanding is they are the same. There's a size specificity about it, whether it be a standard single or a larger single bathroom, which, for example, could have a parent with a pram, for example, and room for luggage as well. For example, some people transferring through various train stations. So there's a smaller single size and then a larger single size. But to be more specific than that, I'll have to get you some information, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And in terms of your provision of public toilets, does Transport operate on the basis of the National Building Code standards, or do you have your own internal documents that guide in terms of provision and so forth and design?
I might just refer, Scott, or we've got
Yes, there is a combination of several standards apply for toilets. So there is, it goes through a hierarchy of approach. Firstly, any legislative obligations, then there's transport standards, the Australian standards, international standards, and local or industry standards. The National Construction Code, has effect through legislation and contains mandatory requirements for the provision of sanitary fixtures in numbers appropriate to building function or use. So that is also an element. And Transport has a toilet guideline document as well that helps in which I believe is made available by the then Transport Minister for the inquiry, but happy to provide again if need be.
Yeah, I was just going to say, are you able to provide the committee with those guiding documents on notice?
All of the guiding documents or the Transport Toilet Guideline?
All of them that you think are feasible to provide, I think might be useful.
Okay, happy to take it on notice, yes.
Sure, thank you. That's my questions, Chair. Thanks very much, witnesses.
Thank you. I haven't got any more questions. I suppose in closing, it's not all bad news about Transport. We did have a number of submissions that commended the toilet that was provided at the Crow's Nest metro station. So thank you for that. Did you have anything to add in closing that you wanted to raise that we haven't asked about?
No, nothing from me, Chair.
Nothing from me either. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much again for making time to give evidence today. The questions that were taken on notice and any extra supplementary questions that come from committee members, the Secretariat will be in touch with you about those.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you so much for making the time to give evidence today. Your session is starting slightly early, but if that's all right with you, we'll go ahead. Could you please state your name and position title for the record and take either the oath or the affirmation?
Sure. It's Mary Catherine Snell, Executive Director for Operations and Enforcement for Safe Work New South Wales. I'll be taking the oath. Read it now.
Go ahead.
So I, Mary Snell, swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Do you have an opening statement?
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to appear at this hearing on behalf of Safe Work New South Wales and to assist the committee with its inquiry in this matter. As the New South Wales Work Health and Safety Regulator, our purpose is to secure safe and healthy workplaces. Cleaners play an important role in our society, and like all workers, they have a right to a safe and healthy workplace. There are some specific work health and safety risks for workers engaged in cleaning public toilets, many of which you'll be well familiar with by now, which include exposures to human waste, biological material or potentially hazardous chemicals which can lead to infection or illness, slip, trip or fall hazards, insects, spiders, snakes and other pests, ventilation issues, insufficient lighting or obstructed views, working in confined spaces, antisocial behaviour and remote work where there's a lack of oversight. A person conducting a business or undertaking, which I'll now refer to as a PCBU, has a primary duty of care to workers to ensure health and safety at work. The PCBU has a legal obligation to eliminate and minimise work health and safety risks so far as is reasonably practicable. To support this framework, significant penalties apply for failing to meet this obligation. The PCBU, in the context of cleaning work for public toilets, may be a business who owns or occupies the site and directly engages cleaners, or it may be a business who provides cleaning services, maybe a local council or a government agency. In each case, the primary duty of care remains the same. The law requires the PCBU to eliminate risks to safety so far as is reasonably practicable, and if not, to then minimise those risks as far as is reasonably practicable. And in minimising risks, duty holders will implement risk control measures. If PPE, so that's personal protective equipment, is used to minimise the risk to work health and safety, as happens with cleaning public toilets, then the PCBU must consult with its workers, provide the PPE to its workers and ensure the equipment's worn or used by the worker. The worker must, so far as they are reasonably able, use or wear the equipment in accordance with any information, training or reasonable instruction by the PCBU. At its core, the Work Health and Safety Framework is about enabling employers and workers to address health and safety risks together in a meaningful, proactive and preventative way. I note that some of the public submissions to this inquiry have raised work health and safety issues, including ensuring workers have access to PPE and training, as well as safe working environments generally. Safe Work New South Wales operates within a national model work health safety framework and takes a targeted risk-based approach to compliance and enforcement, which is outlined in the National Compliance and Enforcement Policy. We engage with duty holders to support compliance while also taking regulatory action where necessary to ensure the laws are upheld. We also have a role in helping stakeholders understand their work health and safety rights and obligations, and this does extend to managing the work environment and facilities. I welcome the opportunity to contribute any further insights that may assist and welcome any questions you may have, which I'll endeavour to answer to the best of my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I might start with a couple of my own questions. The committee is going to be looking to making recommendations to improve accessibility of public toilets to the public in terms of their design, their availability. What key aspects of those recommendations do we need to take into account in terms of being able to support the safety of cleaners in particular?
So our insight into the regulation and design is all from that work health safety lens. We have not had many issues raised directly with us about publicly accessible toilets or public toilets. Insofar as what we do is we rely heavily on the National Construction Code because many of the amenities issues that do arise with us arise in workplaces. So where a workplace is within a building, we rely on the National Construction Code to set up, which, as you know, sets out ratios and specifications. We have then levered off that to provide guidance material insofar as there's a code of practice, and we've particularly had an interest in portable toilets because of construction site issues. None of that goes to specific safety issues. In terms of the safety issues we see, they're generally case specific. As I said, we haven't seen that many. Where we have, they're about the state of cleanliness. We have powers, so if an inspector was to go and visit a workplace and they had an amenities issue, we'd exercise our power. There is actually a work health safety obligation to provide adequate facilities to make sure they're good, clean and in working order. But beyond that, the level of the detail is generally worked out in the context of the specific workplace.
Okay. I just had a couple of specific follow-ups to that question. So some of the items that support the comfort and amenity of the public, I imagine, would also protect the safety of staff. And I'm interested in your views on things like the provision of sanitary bins or the provision of sharps bins in public toilets.
Definitely. So the issue of the sharps disposals has clearly been raised as a work health safety issue. And if we receive complaints about that, we would address that, yes, definitely.
And the other one was about, I think in your opening statement you mentioned sort of isolated work or after hours work. Yes. Particularly we're looking at the issue of accessibility of toilets after hours and availability of cleaners during that time has been raised as a barrier.
Right.
What do we need to take into account if we're going to be recommending more people undertake cleaning work in remote locations or antisocial hours?
So again, it's going to depend on where it is. If it in the context of if workers raise complaints with us, we'll go to the workplace and ask where are the amenities, and we can issue improvement notices to make sure they're available because they should be available during the working hours for workplaces, and in clean and good order when safe. In terms of beyond that, I could take it on notice, but we probably haven't had that kind of regulatory engagement previously.
No worries. Very happy for you to take it on notice. I might go to other committee members for questions. Mr. Diadam.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm curious about the source of authority for a work health and safety obligation in relation to the provision of amenities. Where does that derive from?
Certainly. So Clause 41 of the Work Health Safety Regulation in New South Wales, there's a duty on PCBUs to provide and maintain adequate and accessible facilities, which then the Code of Practice picks up in terms of describing what is good working order, clean, safe and accessible.
Okay, so there's a specific provision in the Code of Practice that provides a definition of what constitutes good, clean and working order facilities. Is that correct?
I'm not sure, sorry, I'd describe it as a definition, but it would give a framework around the elements that you need to have that in terms of it's cleaned regularly. There's components that it must have. I'll just find them for you. So things like, Part 3 of the Code of Practice will set out the specific requirements. So things like a toilet should be fitted with a hinged seat and lid, provided with lighting, ventilation, clearly signposted, fitted with a hinged door that is capable of being locked, designed to allow emergency access, positioned to ensure privacy for users, and separated from other rooms by an airlock, soundproof wall, and a separate entrance that's clearly marked. And in terms of what they should be supplied with, toilet paper, hand washing facilities, rubbish bins, and for female workers, hygiene means to dispose of sanitary items. So they are the kind of elements that are in the Code of Practice. If an inspector went to a workplace and these elements were not present, then they have the power to issue what's called an improvement notice to compel the workplace or the PCBU rather to comply with the requirements of the regulation. So they would set out things like, fix these things as soon as possible, make sure there's alternate toilets available in the meantime.
How frequently is that an occurrence where amenities are subpar and an inspector might issue an improvement notice?
I would have to take that on notice. In relation to public toilets only, I'm aware of 2.
Right.
In the last 5 years.
Provide just the relevant sections, clause 41, and the extract from the Code of Conduct
Yes.
for the benefit of the committee on notice.
Yes.
So I suppose the corresponding question is, obviously there's some circumstances where facilities are shared between workers and the public. And of course the other element of the Work Health and Safety Act is that visitors to a workplace are also given some coverage and protection in terms of the safety requirements of the site. That's correct, isn't it?
They're absolutely given. The safety obligation extends to other persons, yes.
So if you're operating a shopping centre that provides facilities to people coming onto the work site, including toilet facilities, Safe Work would have some regulatory authority over those toilets?
We would. So, for example, toilets in a shopping centre or a service station, and that's the kind of flavour of the complaints that we have on a rare occasion received requests for service about.
But it's unusual for those kind of facilities to be brought into the sort of ambit of Safe Works.
It is. I think we have found 30 complaints in a period of 5 years.
Right, I see. And so what about park facilities? So these are workplaces for groundskeepers and people who are working in the outdoor setting in local government. Those facilities, do they come potentially under the regulatory authority of Safe Work?
They do potentially come under the regulatory authority. I will say we haven't been able to find any requests for service received, though, in the past 5 years in respect of I'm just going to call it the public toilet amenities block, for example.
Yeah. Do you think that's because there's I suppose, some ambiguity about the scope of your authority? That the public are unaware that perhaps Safe Work has responsibility in this area?
No, I think it's possibly more related to the sense of immediacy and who can fix the problem. So they may go directly to example for councils to alert them to fix it rather than come to the regulator, where if they came to us to fix it, we're going to go back to the PCB that's responsible for it and then ask them to fix it. So I think it might be an immediacy, or people are familiar with who to complain with. A more effective pathway to achieve an outcome faster in terms of that responsibility.
Can I ask about just the cleanliness component? How does a Safe Work inspector determine whether a facility is clean?
So,
what's the process for assessing if the facility is up to scratch in terms of cleanliness?
So in terms of the issues, we would have an inspector attend to verify. One of the issues, for example, could be things like mould. In terms of general state of cleanliness, we would not ordinarily allocate an inspector to respond to that kind of event. That would not be triaged under the national model as warranting an inspector response. In terms of it's being reported as a hazard.
Right, I see. Okay, I think that's probably all the questions I've got, Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to other members of the committee. Mr. Lawrence, did you have any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks to Ms Snell for attending. Your evidence is much appreciated. In terms of the applicable standard for the provision of toilets for employees, you talked before about the legislative standard, and I think is that set by subsidiary legislation in effect?
So, in terms of the Work Health Safety Regulation, it flows from the Work Health Safety Act, which flows from the model framework that's the model laws at the national level that jurisdictions have the opportunity to opt in and adopt, and New South Wales has done that. So within that framework, the detail is so you have a primary duty to provide a workplace that is a safe and healthy workplace, and then it cascades to the regulation where clause 41 relates to the duty for amenities. There's also another clause which I'll take on notice to share more formally, but clause 40 also applies, and that relates to general workplace management. So, for example, if we had identified mould as an issue, the improvement notice might likely relate more to Clause 40 than Clause 41. Clause 41 would be about the taps and the equipment's not functional or is broken, for example.
So does that clause speak to at all the design of toilets in terms of whether they're single-use cubicles or shared ones, etc., etc.?
No, it doesn't go to that detail. And
does it speak to gender issues? We've had a lot of evidence about all gender toilets and issues like that. Does it speak to those?
So it doesn't speak specifically to that. Our code of practice, though, will reference the need to address psychosocial risks in terms of providing amenities. So that would be a matter that a workplace would be encouraged to consult on with its workers.
So if you've got a pretty big workplace, let's say you've got, 100 employees or something, I mean, what would be expected in terms of sort of catering for gender diverse people and those sort of issues?
I don't know that we'd have expectations because we would generally revert back to the code insofar as the ratio of toilets per gender, and then there'd need to be consultation in the workplace about it. So I don't think there's a general expectation per se.
Yeah. So in what circumstances would the code mean that you'd have to provide unisex toilets? Like that would be in some situations, would it, but not all?
Generally where there's less than 10 workers. Give me, a moment, I'll just confirm. So one unisex toilet may be provided in workplaces where both male and female workers, where the total number of people who normally work at the workplace is 10 or less, or there are 2 or fewer workers of one gender.
Okay, so that's sort of to favour the employer in the sense of not having to provide multiple toilets, is it?
Well, I don't know about that objective as such. That flows down from the National Construction Code in terms of the ratios.
Yeah, sure, but the policy intent behind that particular one is to say when you've got a small workplace, you can just provide a unit.
Yes.
Yeah. But is there requirements, for example, when you've got bigger workforces that you must provide a unisex toilet in order that, the gender diverse person has a toilet to use that's not male or female?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, that'd be useful. We've just had a lot of evidence about trans issues and all toilets, and I'm just interested from an OH&S point of view. I know that's not the right acronym now, but it's what's the situation basically? Like, is there a minimum standard in New South Wales that employers have to meet, or is it a bit grey than that? Yeah, so if you wouldn't mind taking that on notice, that'd be appreciated.
Certainly.
That's my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Mrs. McDonald.
I just have a few, and I just wondered what responsibilities do facility operators, that's both in the public and private sphere, have under WHS laws when managing public toilets?
Okay. So, thank you for the question. I might take that on notice because I think it's probably going to get unpacked into a few layers.
Okay.
Because there'll be a PCBU.
And in your role, are you involved in interagency planning or advocacy work on public amenities?
I'd have to take that on notice too. Not in my role, but I can take that on notice because I'm one of many.
And you might have to do this one. Do you think that there needs to be clearer design and maintenance standards that would go to improving safety outcomes for both staff and the public?
I think, again, sorry, I'd need to take that on notice.
Okay. And excuse me. How can Safe Work New South Wales better support councils or agencies to implement safe toilet environments, especially in areas prone to, say, vandalism and other sort of adverse incidents?
Yeah. So I'd invite anyone to get in touch with us if they would seek assistance. We would generally rely on guidance material that's produced, so like the code of practice, or safety alerts or videos. I'm not aware, which is why I need to take it on notice of that kind of engagement.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, was there anything else that you wanted to clarify or inform us of that we haven't asked about?
No, I would propose to share the code of guidance and
Please.
the portable amenities fact sheet.
Absolutely. Are you seeking to table those documents?
Oh, well, I can provide them through in reply. I do have copies if that's convenient. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've started this session early, so I think we're all right to finish this session early. Thank you so much for making the time to provide evidence today. For the questions that were taken on notice, and if there are any supplementary questions from committee members, the Secretariat will be in touch with you about those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.